Kincade and Salciunas is on the air. Broadcasting live on the Fanatic app and YouTube channel. Here are your hosts, John Kincade and Andrew Salciunas. 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
You don't look like Andrew Salciunas. You look like Connor Thomas in for Andrew Salciunas.
That's correct, Johnny. Welcome back.
Good to be back. Good to be back. Hopefully everybody has had a great weekend. It is Monday. Rodman is in your seat, Connor. We're going to have a good day. Shukri is in Rodman's seat. Austin's running things on the YouTube side. He'll join us throughout the course of the day today. It is Price is Right Day, but we'll get into that later, as you will have opportunities today to win fabulous prizes as you play Philadelphia sports-related Price is Right games throughout the course of the show today, as we will a little national TV later on today at 11 o'clock.
There you go. Big day for you.
Now, Austin says trip. Connor says trip. Rodman
Let's make
says
it 3 for 3.
You said trip also? Trip seems to be the overwhelming guess of what I'll walk away with. We will find out just a little after 11 o'clock today, because I will not tell. But we do know what the Phillies walked away with. A series victory against the Mets. For the first time in 5 years up in New York, there was a series, 3 games, not 2 games. And I got to tell you, Connor, that was as fantastic a week for the Phillies on the road. Now, I'm not saying that the Nationals and the Mets are anything to write home about. But that's in your division. That's a 5-2 week. And you wake up today 3 games out. We'll talk about that later. But that is a hell of a road trip. And it was a lot of drama.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, especially that Washington series. Like, nothing could beat the level of ninth-inning drama that you saw down there. The Mets series a little bit less dramatic at points, but still, yesterday you have Kyle Schwarber hitting the go-ahead home run late in that one. It feels like they've been playing a lot of tight baseball against teams that maybe they should be handling a little bit better, but I'm not going to nitpick about the way they're getting it done. What they did on this road trip, to me, proves one thing about this team. This is as far as I will go with them today. They're a lock playoff team. If you didn't believe it now. These are some teams. The Mets are basement dwellers and probably will be. Took forever to fire their coach, and we'll talk about all that. But when you look at where the Nationals are, like, that's one of those mid-level teams right now in the National League. The Phillies are so clearly above where they are at. There is no reason this team will not make the postseason. I believe that this should have proved to the fan base, hey, they will punch their ticket when that time comes to be in Red October again. Now the evaluation becomes, where will they seed? And what can they do with the opportunity? Because we know the past couple of years have not gone well once we've gotten to October.
See, the weird thing is I don't necessarily believe that the Mets are bottom dwellers. Like, I could see them, I could still see that team getting on a little bit of a roll, and I could still see the Nationals finishing behind them. I could still see that maybe the Marlins slide off, even though they're playing some really good ball. I like the Marlins going into the year, and now I sort of go, wow, I'm sort of waiting for them to fall off. It hasn't happened. It hasn't happened with them.
Yeah, they'll probably be around 500.
Yeah, I mean,
when everything's all said and done. But the Phils aren't a 500 baseball team.
No, they're not. No, they're not. And that's one of the things right now when you look at it is that there has been – one of the things, too, is that they are getting contributions from people from time to time that maybe have taken a lot of bullets this year, deservingly so. Let's not be like a Bryson Stott. A Bryson Stott deserves a lot of critique for the way he's played this year. But there have been times in this run recently, in this turnaround, where we've seen Bryson Stott has been a player that you go, okay, there he is. There's the guy. I understand why people thought he's going to become something. And Alec Boehm, to me, has been one that has just said, okay, yeah, I'm still here. I'm maybe not what you want me to be, but I'm here.
Yeah, he's had another nice turnaround, too. And let's not forget, everybody out there, Phillies fans who want to see them trade for Mike Trout at the deadline.
Oh, please.
We have Mike Trout at home. Did Derek Hill just turn it?
Oh, my gosh.
He's making Mike Trout catches in center. He's hitting go-ahead home runs in the ninth inning. You're not going to get that all year from Derek Hill. But what you bring up about the contributions, like, this is what they did not have to start the season. When they were struggling, it was the Kyle Schwarber, Bryce Harper show, and that was all that you had offensively. And now they feel more like a team when it comes to the offensive output.
To me, the one thing is I always like a clutch team. But in some ways, I'm like, why do you constantly have to be a clutch team?
Yeah.
It's the two-edged sword. But then again, sometimes the front-running team, you always go, well, what are they going to do when they get punched in the mouth?
Mhm.
I sort of like the fact that I know that this team, when they get punched in the mouth, has it in them to be able to fight through it.
Yeah, no, I think we should have already known that because for all of the postseason failures of the past couple of years, they are a team that's very well experienced at some of the highest levels of baseball you can play. Playing some really good teams in really stressful environments, like the Mets series that they lost, tight games. The Dodgers series, tight games. The only one that wasn't a close game was the one that they won comfortably in L.A. So this team has shown you in the past, hey, we can exist there. They just haven't had the success level that they need to make a deep playoff run. But I don't think we're seeing something new from a team that we've watched for the past 4 or 5 years, largely as they are today.
Yeah, the only thing is, though, is that what we have seen is a team that doesn't get it done. And so as I watch it, I'm going, do I think they're going to be able to get it done? Because that's what you said earlier. You started out with, okay, now I know I can confidently say they're a playoff team.
Yeah, that's a lock.
Okay, I believe that. I believe it. But what does it mean?
Well,
What does that do for you if you're a Phillies fan? Sorry, what does it do for you to know this team should be, with what they spend, they should be a playoff team? We shouldn't be. I'm not saying we shouldn't be celebrating that, but I'm saying we shouldn't be celebrating that. What they're buying in that division, they should be a playoff team. We shouldn't. There shouldn't even be any discussion about this team being a playoff team.
Yeah, I think looking around, though, the landscape of baseball should make you appreciate that a little bit more when they do indeed. And we're a long way away. They just hit the halfway point on Friday, so we got a ways to go. But take a look at the team you just played at Citi Field. That's a team with a higher payroll than you the last 2 years.
Yep.
And they are on their way to missing the postseason for a second straight year. It's not a just assumed thing that you're going to be. We should expect that, and it's totally valid what you're bringing up from the fan base. We're not hanging a banner for the Philadelphia Phillies being the top wild card team in the National League.
No.
That's not where the bar is set. But when you see other teams that are high payroll teams that have underachieved in seasons where the Phillies continue to find their way to make it to October with a chance to compete, that's something that at least you should say, okay, base level mission accomplished. It's not going to keep you warm at night, but it is the bottom bar, which I believe, again, they will clear for the 5th straight season.
Do you know that how many winning teams are there in the American League?
I'd imagine there's 5 or 6.
How about 4?
Yeah, that's not a lot, huh?
There are 4 teams today in the American League that have a winning record. The White Sox, the Guardians, the Rays, and the Yankees. That's it. And we're past the halfway point of the season. 4 teams have a winning record. In the National League, it's a little bit of a different story. But right now, you got the Braves and the Phillies and the Marlins in their division, plus the Nats now. So you have 4 winners over there. It's a lopsided. Baseball's lopsided this year. You got 3 winning teams in the Central. You have 2 more winning teams in the West. The National League is loaded.
Yeah, it is.
Whereas the American League is not.
That's a good thing for the Phillies. I don't want to do the playoff conversation here as we sit on June 29th, right? Because we don't know how it's going to seed out. We don't know who's in, who's out. We haven't even gotten to the trade deadline or the All-Star break yet. What I will say, I think, is a stronger National League plays better for the Phillies and every team not named the Dodgers. Because if there's a goal for the postseason, it's to avoid L.A. I think that would be the number one thing that you're looking at. I don't worry about the Phils against the Braves simply because of the familiarity there. They play each other so much.
And more importantly, what do we know about the Phillies and the Braves in October?
The Phils have gotten the last 2 and gotten the last 2 pretty comfortably.
Well, I mean, I think it has shown. Look, I can tell you this. I remember talking to Braves players saying how crazy it was. Now, a lot of the faces change over time. But there's something about it. It is not as intimidating for the Phillies to go to Atlanta as it is for Atlanta to come here.
Right.
So if the Phillies could find a way there, that's not going to be as much of a problem for them potentially.
Yeah, and then another good team in the National League somehow pulls off the miracle of knocking off the Dodgers, and next thing you know, you might have a path. We saw it in 2023. Unfortunately, the Phillies couldn't walk through the open door in the NLCS, but these are all October problems. But this is something.
Exactly.
And we're going to talk later on in the show, and we've got some good audio that you heard over the weekend during one of the broadcasts of Phillies Mets about the managerial change. But thinking about where
It
we
sounded magical to me.
we might need the music ready,
Sounded
Shawnee.
quite magical, I would just tell you.
When you look at where this team was versus where they sit today, the turnaround that they've gone through is something. If you look at just the record and where they were supposed to be at the start of the year, you're like, oh, okay, you guys are doing what you're supposed to do. When you look at how they've gotten here, it is impressive that they pulled out of the tailspin.
Well, the one thing I would say to you is this: there's 47 wins right now, on pace for like a 91 win season, whatever. I'm yawning. Like, I'm yawning at that. They're doing exactly what they're expected to do. That's not something, and that's that impressive. The National League being better than expected, though, maybe the number being down a little bit is a little more impressive. 4 winning teams in your division, maybe that number is a little more impressive.
I'd say so.
So when you have a 5-team division, you got 4 winning teams. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Now, whether the Nats hold on to that or not, they've been in a bit of a tailspin, but the Marlins have been playing better, whatever. I still, for whatever reason, I do not think that the Mets are going to be. The Mets are 14 games under 500. I don't believe they're that bad a team.
Talent-wise, no. On paper, no. But in reality,
I believe they will play better for a stretch coming up. Like, somebody's going to catch the Mets the Mets are going to put together a 12 of 15 or something like that to make it look better.
I don't know that I see that coming.
Really.
They're just a bad vibe team, man. They were having an interview done. I forget. It might have been like MLB Network or something. Was doing an interview on Carlos Mendoza being fired after they lose to the Phillies in game 1 of this series.
With was that the Mr. Met interview?
Yeah, with Mr. Met just dancing around behind. Like, they don't have a feel for what in the world's going on up there.
Mr. Met's always been a wild card.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. And they'd be lucky to be a wild card this year. So the Phillies wake up today. Andrew had asked, could the Phillies by the end of the week, right?
Yes.
Be 5. They're 3.
That's pretty good.
I never thought they could be 3. I said, yeah, I think they can be 5 because Phillies could go 5-2 on the road trip. They went 5-2 on the road trip. And that was a great road trip. They went 5-2. Right now, you're 3 games behind the Atlanta Braves. And all I can tell you is, having spent the weekend in Atlanta, is there are a lot of very, very angry, nervous fans. Because there's nothing worse than getting out to the huge lead, thinking that you are the best team in baseball, talking like you're the best team in baseball, and then having it all sort of falling apart. And right now, the Braves pitching is in shambles.
Yeah, that's a tough spot for them.
It's in shambles. Now, a lot of it is out of their control. You lose Ronald Acuna Jr., it changes everything. You lose your starting rotation falls apart again for the Braves. It's now been a problem for them. But 3 games, nobody saw this coming. Nobody could have seen this coming.
Especially not Eric Kratz, who told us like 2 months ago that the division was over. Maybe he meant it was over for the Phillies coming back and winning it.
And look, we called out Eric Kratz when that happened. I'll be damned. I'm not going to lie to you. There's no way that I thought the Phillies would be like the Phillies could be even this week.
Yes, they could be in first place in the division by the All-Star break.
By the All-Star break, they could be in first place. And if that happened, it would be one of the most I think it would be one of the most amazing things I've ever seen as a Phillies fan.
Yeah,
that I've ever seen them do.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's different because it's in the middle of the season, but it's 2007-esque. It really is with what they did to track down the Mets that year. The problem is you're going to track them down, and then you're going to look around and say, oh, shoot, we've still got 70 more baseball games to play. And that's where this becomes interesting, is maintaining this. And I do wonder, with the torrid pace the Phillies are on, like how much they've closed the gap. I don't know that this is the team that we're going to consistently see for the rest of the season.
When you say this is the team, what do you mean?
I don't think they're going to win at this pace. Like, I do think that the flaws of the Phillies will still cause there will be lulls at points for this team.
If you remember what I asked for by the All-Star break, I asked for the Phillies to be in the top wild card spot and to be 3 games up on the top wild card spot. I want to be 3 games up. This morning, they're 2.5 up with 2 weeks to play, and the schedule is easy the next 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So they're right what I said like 3 weeks ago where I wanted them to be. They've done that, and they're way ahead of pace. I can't believe the way they're playing, and more importantly, they haven't played well at home.
No,
The Phillies have been great at home the last 2 years. The last 2 seasons, the Phillies are the best team in baseball at home. Nobody has won more regular season games at home than the Phillies. This year, they're only 4 games over 500. So that number to me has to change. Like we're about to see them go a little nuts there.
Yeah, I think so. And I think something that we've seen lately, we've seen a little bit of a power surge from this team, starting to hit the ball out of the yard more, hitting season, Schwarberfest, all of these things that don't actually mean anything, that mean something here in Philadelphia. What I think it is at home, if I could attribute that to one thing, is Citizens Bank Park, small yard, is built for teams that can hit the ball out of the ballpark. It's a game-changing thing. And early on in the season, the Phillies didn't have enough guys who could do that. It was Schwarber, it was Harper occasionally, and it was nobody else. If you come to a point where you're getting power contributions from other guys in the lineup, I think that evens things out because you're going to have teams come in here. And if you face teams that are hot home run-wise, they're going to beat you at a ballpark like the Bank. That's what the Phillies have used so much to be good at home the past couple of years. So that home record's going to get better.
Did you stay up Friday night? Was it Friday night for the soccer match?
Thursday night.
It was Thursday night.
Yeah, no, I did not.
You did not?
No, that was one. It didn't matter, and I was just like, okay, it's time to get some sleep in.
Wait a minute. They heard Rodman. They heard Connor. Team USA heard Connor. I did not speak to you about it this morning. I did not speak to you about it this morning on purpose. What did you feel about the performance Thursday night?
I really had no takeaway. I mean, thought they were fine. There's no issue.
It doesn't matter because the game doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly.
You know who the games matter to, Rodman? All these other powerhouse countries. All the other powerhouse countries, the ones that we aspire to be, they don't, not one of them goes, yeah, it doesn't matter. This game doesn't matter. Why do we, the most powerful country in the world, why do we go, yeah, game doesn't matter? I don't understand.
I mean, I don't know if I would say every other country.
Okay, who are the others?
Messi didn't play. He didn't start, I should say. He played,
what happened to their team?
They ended up winning.
Exactly.
The U.S. didn't.
Yeah, USA doesn't have depth, John. The fact that we're here with the guys that you have on the field to start is incredible because we haven't had this talent probably ever.
Yeah, but wait a minute, though. The group that they got placed in might as well have had Mickey Mouse hats on.
Right, I know, and they won the group. Argentina goes out, and their backup players are Team USA starters. Team USA's backups are guys that should not be on a world. Well, I don't want to say should not be on a world.
I got you.
So, like, when Argentina plays the backups, they're still going to beat the brakes off of lesser countries. The USA, their strength is their starters, but there's not a lot of depth. So when you rest, it's going to look better for the deeper, like, European and South American countries, and they're better overall teams. That's why USA's still in such a weird spot, because this is a war of attrition at some rate. There will be injuries, and teams that can sustain that, especially with the biggest tournament ever, are going to have a better chance. But I'm not mad at them about Thursday.
You think are you a little mad that we're not getting better games in Philly? Like as far as
I am.
I can't
Selfishly,
believe.
sure.
How in the world do we have America's 250th birthday in the birthplace of America? And I believe we have a game on July 4th.
We do.
We do.
How in the hell would the United States not be potentially playing in that game or slotted to, if they won, to play in that game?
Yeah, I don't get that one at all. That's bad scheduling by the folks over there.
Like, why the hell is the United States playing in Seattle? Like, that's stupid. That's stupid. It is the United States of America. Nothing about Seattle has anything to do with the United States being founded.
No, but Seattle's known, same with this area as well, it's known as a very big soccer area.
You know why? Because of that damn Drew Carey, who's one of the owners of the Seattle Sounders.
I did not know that.
Yes, he is. He's one of the owners. You know that? And they're a very big soccer community. I don't give a damn. It's America's 250th birthday. And America doesn't look. And you know what? Americana. When you say Americana, you don't say Seattle. You don't say Seattle, Washington. In fact, Seattle, Washington does not look anything like Americana. That is not what America is. America is the historic district of Philadelphia. Would be having it in New York, Philly. Is DC? DC's not hosting anything, is it? I don't think DC's hosting.
I don't believe so.
Boston.
Yep.
Boston's hosting. Boston, New York, Philadelphia. I'm not even going to be I'll be the total shill because I think Philly would have been absolutely, it's got to be. The U.S. should have been on a path to play in Philly first or or Boston would have been another one, or New York. Freaking Seattle, what are we doing?
Yeah, I wish the game was here. Hey,
Makes no sense.
Hey, we got to get there first. That's round of 16. They've got a round of 32 game, 8 p.m. Wednesday night, and they got to play two countries. They got to play Bosnia and Herzegovina, which is going to be a mismatch.
What was that?
They got to play Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Herzegovina?
Yeah.
I did not even know that. If you had told me that was a country,
yeah,
I would not even have known it was a country. I'm being honest.
Yeah, it is only one country, by the way.
Yeah, there we
I was
go.
making a joke there.
Hey, it's Price is Right Day. You're going to have a chance all day long to win fabulous prizes. As if you were on the Price is Right. We'll have a Price is Right poll question, too, coming up. But the Flyers had a draft night that left the fan base publicly grousing. And Team USA got some good news and some bad news. We'll address it all. Connor's in for Andrew. It's Kincade and Salciunas on the Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
The Phillies win the series versus the Mets. Cesar Luzardo gets started off going well with 5 innings with 4 hits, 3 walks, and 1 earned run with 6 strikeouts yesterday. The Mets later took the lead, but in the 7th, Kyle Schwarber made history.
He would be the fastest Philly to 30. Fly ball right center field. Going back on it is Ewing. Back toward the track to the wall. It is gone! 2-run home run Schwarber!
That was thanks to our friends at NBC Sports Philly with Tom McCarthy on the call. Kyle Schwarber is now the fastest Philly to 30 home runs in a single season. Phillies went on to win the game 5-4 and now sit 3 games behind the Braves in the division. Phils are back in action tonight at home against the Pirates. Aaron Nola is scheduled to get the start for the Phils and Braxton Ashcraft for the Pirates. First pitch is at 6:40. Flyers added 6 players in the NHL draft over the weekend, including first-round pick defenseman Maxim Sokolovsky with the 28th overall pick. Flyers developmental camp begins today, and it goes through Friday. I'm Sean Rodman on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Coming up at 10, Middays with Marks. Now more of Kincade and Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Busy. 6 o'clock hour. This hour of Kincade and Salciunas is presented by Bradford White Water Heaters. Bradford White, they're here for the pro. You can always check in with us on the Davis Honda text line. Feel the Davis difference at Davis Honda in Burlington. They're great folks. I'm telling you, I think that one day, Carlos the Civic the other day, I understand, passed inspection.
Yeah, it did.
Andrew, I was on the plane, and Andrew said Carlos passed inspection.
Against all odds.
I don't know how that car passes inspection, but I know that if he wants a new Honda or a certified pre-owned Honda, Davis Honda is where he needs to go and get one, because I wouldn't trust that thing. Man, I'm
It gets
telling
him
you,
here.
I would try. I don't know how. I really don't. Hey, the Flyers draft. Connor did a great job the other night with some Flyers draft coverage here on 97.5 The Fanatic. In fact, he haggled Danny Briere into joining us a little bit later on today. So Danny will join us at 8:30 today.
Yeah, me and them are tight now because I spent 4 hours in the Hard Rock in Atlantic City talking about, hey, what are they going to do at 21? And then 21 rolls around, and they trade back. And it's just like, oh, my goodness, let's fill some time here.
Now, last year they moved around, too, on me. When I was doing it, they moved around a little bit with that. But in typical fashion, the Flyers Twitter fan base, the X fan base, if you will, is the most negative, most unrealistic group of people, fans, that I have ever experienced in my life. I've been doing this job for a long time. Flyers Twitter is the stupidest Twitter. It is. It's not even a question that I believe, after reading this weekend, after the Flyers season that just went down, I truly believe that the NHL and X should institute a breathalyzer for Flyers X. That many of the Flyers fan base that decides that they're going to tweet should have to blow into a one of those monitors and see if they're under the legal limit before they do. Because I read some of the stupidest crap this weekend that I've ever read in my life from the Flyers fan. Oh, it's Danny Briere. He's just sitting on his hands. Oh, my gosh. There's all this talent out there. Why isn't he doing anything? Oh, my gosh. He's letting this player go. These people, and I'll say these people, and this is not all the Flyers fan base. This is not all Flyers fan base on Twitter, but it does seem like it's predominant. Negative. And I get it. You've been kicked in the cojones for a long time. But the negativity towards a draft, and you don't know these players, especially in the 20s. You have no freaking idea of what you're talking about. You've never watched them play. The only thing you do is you have read what someone else thinks about a player, and you have now bogarted that person's opinion into being your own. You got nothing. You got nothing up here. You got nothing. You have no insight. You have no perspective because you haven't watched them. If you told me about an NHL player that they traded for that you didn't like, I'm totally listening because you didn't watch these players. You have no idea. You have no idea what this 18-year-old's about. You've just stolen someone else's opinion and then passing it off as your own. The negativity this weekend was just, I'm telling you, man, it just turns me off.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and I've seen this offseason a couple of times, and I brought this up previously when we, either this show or it might have been a weekend show. Bottom line is I put a challenge out to Flyers fans. Patience is the word of this offseason, and it's a tough task, and right now there's some folks in the fan base who are failing at this task. This was not a go-all-in offseason. It was never going to be. They told you that. The organization told you that. They told you it for years.
Danny said it on this show.
Yes.
Like a month ago, he said it right after the end of the year.
Yeah, and I get it. Fans want to see the splashy, exciting move. You want to get the prospect that you've looked at or something, a name that you've seen somewhere, and if that doesn't happen, then all of a sudden it's a failed draft. Or the other thing that is not playing in the Flyers front office's favor is how aggressive some other teams have been in acquiring star players or notable players around the NHL. Saw another couple moves during the draft of that. Again, and we'll play something later from Danny Briere in the show,
Sure.
and he's going to join us, and I'm sure he'll echo the same thing. They have opportunities, but it doesn't mean you need to cash in on them right now.
I would say it's this scenario for you. The Flyers were an organization, and we've got some of the commercials that run on the station from the companies that bail people out of financial debt that have had problems. So you're somebody, the Flyers have been an organization for a long time that had somebody that was reckless in their spending and ran up a lot of credit card debt and put themselves in a terrible, terrible position. And then finally, they have gotten control of their financial situation. They finally have gotten themselves where they've gotten financial sanity back in their lives. Danny Briere fixed the books. The books look good. And after this year, they look even better. Like at the end of this next season, they look almost spotless. So Danny Briere came in and did the responsible thing and got things cleaned up. He called Dan White and Associates and got some guidance. And what does Flyers, the maniacs from Flyers Twitter want? They want them to go run up the credit cards again because the credit cards are low. Let's go spend. It's stupid. It's stupid. And more importantly, again, you ain't getting Austin Matthews. You're not. They're not trading for broken down guys approaching 30 who've had multiple injuries, major injury situations. They're not doing this. That's what Mr. Snyder would have done. That's what got the organization into the trouble that they've been for so long. They're not doing that. Danny Briere and Keith Jones were hired to fix things. They're doing things differently now. Thank God they're doing things differently.
Yeah, absolutely. The old way didn't work, so I don't know why people are still pining for that. And that's been something stuck in the past is a narrative that we've had, not just about the Flyers fan base, about certain times and certain fan bases in this town.
Sure.
And we do have that in Philadelphia, right? We like the old way. It's just kind of who we are around here.
Absolutely.
I get it, but something else you got to remember, too. You got to have a proper evaluation of where this team is. Believe it or not, trading back when you're already drafting at 21 leaves a lot of room to fill for a draft special. So we talked to a bunch of people, and we talked about the season and how they've gotten to where they are. And one of the overarching themes of asking about where the Flyers sit in just the hierarchy of the Eastern Conference going forward and into this year, they're not one move away from Carolina. They're not one move away from Florida. They are a team that is a playoff team. Right? We should believe that for them this year. But anything more than that, you're not competing for a cup even if you make one of these big splashy moves. They need more. And what they're doing is sustainably building this thing. And that's something that Flyers fans should be happy about. And for some reason, there's a portion of the fan base that balks at the idea that we want to do this the right way. I don't get it. I'm with you.
I don't either. I truly don't. I truly can't figure it out. All right, the United States got their path to the World Cup final. Connor will help me with any countries. Now, I think I got all the countries after this next game that are all figured out. Can I ask you again, how many colonies were there, Connor?
There are 13.
Very good. 13 colonies. Were any of them in the Western time zone?
I don't believe so, no. I don't think we made it out there for a while.
Were any of them in the Mountain time zone?
Not to my knowledge.
Yeah. Were any of them in the Central time zone? Nope. The United States will now play the most critical matches that it's ever played in recent history in the 250th anniversary of our country. And they will play no games in the Eastern time zone. Stupid. FIFA, stupid.
Yeah, it's poor scheduling.
No, it's FIFA. It's stupid FIFA. They don't care. If they got to a final, which they won't. But I mean, let's just talk about it here. The round of 32. Boy, did they get a lottery ticket here.
Oh, yeah, but they should have. I mean, they won their group, and any team that wins their group is going to get an easy matchup. With third-place teams making it through this year with the biggest tournament, they were always going to get, I don't want to say a walkthrough game because we've seen some really weird matches in this World Cup so far.
Bosnia should be.
You should beat them. The
you
USA
should beat them.
Heavily favored.
You should beat them heavily, right? I mean,
well, no.
I'm not talking about beating them like 6-1, but I'm talking about this should be a lopsided, comfortable game.
It's tougher to do that in knockout stage soccer because if they want to park the bus and make you have to fight to get one goal, this could be a 1-0 game. And they're a big, strong team, so they're probably not going to try and play out on the edges with the USA
2-0,
a lot. But
2-0.
They're going to win.
Like
they're going to win this game. They're not going to lose to Bosnia.
All right. Then you're talking about maybe we'll get some good chocolate out of it. Belgium.
An old team.
Now,
a team
Belgium,
that used to be really, really good. A team whose stars are now aged past the normal prime of the World Cup teams that you're looking at as true competitors.
So Bosnia is Wednesday, right?
Wednesday at 8 p.m., yes.
Wednesday, 8 p.m., which is great. That game will be played in Santa Clara where the 49ers play. Belgium on would be the round of 16 game in Seattle. Nothing says the nation's birthday like Seattle. Belgium, that's a team that if you want the average American sports fan to start to buy in, go beat Belgium.
Yeah, you knock off Belgium, you go to the quarters. Successful run, whatever happens from there.
Hugely successful run.
Absolutely.
If you beat Belgium and you're in the final 8, I think that gives you got an A on the report card.
That's your World Cup final. Is
right.
Round of
I would say
16
so too.
Against Belgium. You win that game, we're partying in the streets.
Right, you get an A. That would be an A on the report card. We all agree?
Yes.
That's an A.
If you make it to the quarterfinals, yeah, I give you an A.
That gets an A. If you don't make it to the quarterfinals, what's your grade?
B- maybe.
I think it's a C.
I think it's
a C. C plus.
I would go C plus.
Yeah.
I'll go C plus.
Okay.
You didn't do anything you weren't supposed to do.
Hey, maybe they'll get lucky and someone will knock off Belgium before you even get there.
That'd be
never
great.
even know.
Now, what I read about Belgium last night, and then I watched a little on Belgium. Belgium, a team that the last 2 World Cups, they were one of the favorite dark horse bets. Did you know that?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
They had
you've paid more attention to this.
So 3 World Cups ago, they had the Golden Generation team, and they still have a couple of those guys. They have a really good goaltender. Courtois he just became their.
Listen to Connor.
I love this Belgium team. They were one of my favorite teams to play with in FIFA, so I'm very familiar with them. But
okay.
Courtois just set the record for most World Cup games played for the Belgian national team. These are guys that are old, and they have proven players, but they're not as quick anymore. They're not in their prime. USA has a bunch of prime players right now. So you should have, I'd imagine, my guess would be, depending on how round of 32 goes, USA could be favored in that game against Belgium.
What?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
You think they could be favored?
Yeah.
Home soil, yeah.
Wow.
I do.
You beat that game, you win that game, then I'm paying attention. Then I think the country goes nuts. And to me, that's an A on the report card.
Yes, but if we've learned anything about Team USA soccer over the years, it's that nothing is a sure thing. So don't start counting the round of 32 as a win now. This is a team that has found ways to disappoint you. Losing to Trinidad and Tobago to not qualify for a World Cup. This is a team that has found ways to break your soul if you're a soccer fan. Don't count the 3-foot putt just yet.
We're going to tell you about your chance to win fabulous prizes during the course of the day today, as it's Philly Sports Price is Right Day. And we're going to see if Connor, in a test run, with a little help from Rodman, can do better than our listeners. So this will be a little test run to show you how some of the games will be played. That comes your way next. Have a little fun with us. Kincade Salciunas continues on 97.5 The Fanatic.
97.5, The Fanatic.
Andrew's out, Connor's in. Andrew enjoying a little vacation this week. John Kincade. Sean, not Dennis Rodman, in for Connor. Shukri in for Rodman. We got a busy morning here. I heard Shukri a little bit this weekend on the app. Make sure you download that app. You got it all the time. So you get a little of that. So you all ready with that?
Listen from anywhere.
Connor's knowledge, by the way, impressing some people with the soccer knowledge, which is great. I was shocked.
A little bit of footy.
I was shocked that you guys were on the footy stuff. When Andrew says it, though, I think fraud. That's why I look at him every time he says it, fraud. You say it, I actually now believe it. The idea is that when I see that, I was asking you and Rodman about it, when I see that people have, that they're like the 10th favorite to win, and the U.S. is not, how could they be favored in a quarterfinal matchup against them? Because if a team was, I don't know, 10th favorite to win the Super Bowl, they wouldn't be an underdog against a team that is not even in the top. The U.S. isn't even in the top, like, 16, 18 betting odds.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, the home field advantage. Remember, we're not talking about the Eagles traveling to Dallas to play a road divisional game. We're talking about Belgium coming to Seattle, like, quarter of the way around the world. Like, the travel is very different. The environment is very different.
But they've been here for a month.
No, they have been. But still, the home field advantage is not the typical football, basketball, baseball, hockey home field advantage.
Right.
Like, it's more the verve that the fan base has is stronger for a World Cup game than what you get for like a regular season game or something.
All right, in the course of the show today, you're going to have 4 different opportunities to win when we play Price is Right games with you in the audience. You're going to have an opportunity to win. Later on today, if you are so inclined, you will turn on CBS 3 at 11 o'clock, and you will and you can, if you go to YouTube TV and you look and you DVR Price is Right today, my picture is there with Drew Carey as the contestant that they chose to be the picture of the day. I saw that one the other day. So you're going to see me. That CBS let it out of the bag. You're going to see me with Drew Carey today. So you're going to have an opportunity to win prizes today. We're going to play some Price is Right games. But right now, Connor has been asked to come on down. So Connor's going to show you how it's done. All right, Connor, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Connor and a little help from Rodman. You can use Rodman as a little help too. You guys are going to play a game called Now or Then.
Okay.
This is a game they play currently on The Price is Right. When you are comparing the 2017 and the 2024 Philadelphia Eagles Super Bowl champions, you're going to receive a series. There's a series of 6 questions. You need to get 3 correct answers in a row to win.
Okay.
There's 6. So the minute you get one wrong, you're resetting the clock. You're resetting the clock, all right?
Yeah.
So in the Now or Then, they have like a pie. It looks like a piece of pizza. So once you get one wrong, then you got to go to another piece of the pizza. Make sure you can get 3 pieces of the pizza, all right? You guys are going to get 6 questions. The answer is the 2017 Eagles or the 2024 Eagles. Play along in your car, all right? Which team boasted the better regular season point differential? The 2017 Eagles or the 2024 Eagles?
I'm going to go with the 2017 Eagles.
I agree with him.
The 2017 Eagles. That is a winner. You guys are winner. There's a winner. You see, hey, you got a winner there.
Look at that.
So you got one. You got one.
I like that.
You got one. So you're on a streak of 1. So one piece of the pie would be lit up. And that would allow you to go either way on the pie on the Price is Right. So now you go to question 2. Which team, by the way, it was 162 to 160.
Oh, yeah, easy. Those
teams
difference.
No, those teams were close. Those 2 points apart.
Wow. I thought it would have been more in favor of the 2017 team.
All right.
Hey.
Because they were boat racing people.
Yeah, they were.
Which team scored more regular season points? The 2024 Eagles, the 2017 Eagles. Who scored more regular season points?
This one, I'm going 2024 Eagles. Sean doesn't look like he agrees with me.
I don't know. I feel like the question makes you think it's 2024, but for some reason I'm thinking 2017 because this Eagles defense that we saw was better. Felt really good that year, more recently.
I'm still going to go with 2024. I'm going to overrule.
All right. Connor was right. Yes, it is. 463 to 457.
Try to talk me out of a right answer, Shawnee.
How about that? There's two winners. 463 to 457.
Yeah, easy.
6 points apart, the two teams.
Would have
All
been
right.
7, but Jake Elliott.
All right,
probably.
Connor, now you got a little pressure on you then.
Okay.
To win the prize, you got to be on the Price Right. You got to get the next one right.
Oh, easy.
Or you'd be resetting the clock and then have to get 3 in a row again.
Hey, I got a 50-50 shot.
All right. Which team allowed fewer regular season points? The 2017 Eagles or the 2024 Eagles?
I feel pretty good about. Do you feel as good about this one as I do, Sean?
I think so.
24.
24.
Were you gonna go?
Wait, hold on. So let's
Which team allowed
do the math,
fewer?
though.
Which team allowed fewer regular season points?
Oh, you're talking about the point differential versus the points they scored.
Yeah.
No. This is
We're trying to math this out.
I'm trying to do the math. I think it would be the 17 then. 'Cause you go
No,
back-
2 difference versus
it's the
6
amount
difference.
of points. It's the amount of points scored.
we're gonna go with-
allowed fewer points.
2024, John.
That is wrong.
Oh no!
That's why I said the math. The math wasn't working.
No, because you see the
I'm not a numbers guy.
The 2017 Eagles, they gave up 295 points. The 2024 Eagles gave up 303.
Just
8
missed
points
it.
there. Okay, so now you got to go back. You got to start again. Now you got to go on a streak of 3 to win.
Okay.
All right. Which team had the better home winning percentage?
Oh,
17, right?
I think so.
It had to be. Yeah, we're gonna go with 17.
17 was undefeated at home.
Yeah.
So you guys are alive again. You guys are alive again. They got another chance here. Which team trailed in more games in the regular season?
That's 24 easy.
24.
That is correct.
That team was such a. When they won, they won big. But
All right,
man.
now this is it. For the prize, you get the backyard furniture,
Ooh.
the hot tub,
Do I actually?
and I don't know. I didn't arrange that unless our sales team got it.
I'll call some people.
This is the deciding question. Which team turned the ball over more often? That means the Eagles turning the ball over, not getting the ball away from the
Right.
opponents.
It's
They
got
turned the ball
Carson
over.
Wentz screams that it has
It's
to be
got
the
to be
answer.
17.
It has to be.
It has to be.
That is a wrong answer.
Oh, come on, man. You're telling me Carson wasn't throwing picks? I knew back then he had a really good interception to touchdown ratio.
Well, that is a loser.
but I
you
assumed
wouldn't have won. The
Mr.
fact-
Conservative Jalen Hurts wouldn't have turned it over.
I would
that
have said
much.
to you, but you won whatever prize you won to get up on stage. I would have said to you,
that's fine.
but you won the you won the computer.
Okay,
and
I'll
you
take
got
the
there.
computer.
The 2024 Eagles turned the ball over 26 times.
Do we get to share it?
The 2017, yeah, you get to use your
Yeah,
computer.
that's fair. You
Sort
talked
of-
me out of one. I talked you out of one.
The 2017 team only turned the ball over 19 times.
Okay.
7.
What was the
It wasn't
2014
close.
again? Sorry.
26.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
And it was
Really?
how about 19 times for the 2017 team?
Huh.
How about that? That is the one that, and I maybe tricked you if it came down to that.
Feel fact. I did not
so that
think
is
that.
those are the games we will play. In the next hour, we will play Cliffhangers, one of the classic games with listener, and Pick a Pair. Your opportunity to win prizes. We'll tell you what they are. All coming up in the next hour. Kincade Salciunas on the Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Phillies beat the Mets. Jesus Luzardo only allowed 1 earned run over 5 innings. The bullpen allowed some traffic on the base paths, but got out of most of the jams minus the 6th inning. But it was Kyle Schwarber that saved the day with his 30th home run of the season. Don Mattingly spoke post-game on Kyle Schwarber.
I don't know if I've seen anybody quite like him. He's a little different than guys I've played with. It's a different time with more strikeouts, damage, walk, but he's amazing in what he does, and it's obviously good to see.
The Phillies now sit 3 games behind the Braves in the division. Phils are back in action tonight at home against the Pirates. Aaron Nola is scheduled to get the start for the Phils, and Braxton Ashcraft for the Pirates. First pitch is at 6:40. The Flyers added 6 players in the NHL draft over the weekend, including first-round pick defenseman Maximin Solokovsky with the 28th overall pick. Flyers developmental camp begins today through Friday, and the round of 32 officially kicked off yesterday for the World Cup. Team USA plays Wednesday at 8 p.m. against Bosnia and Herzegovina. This update is brought to you by Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship. July 3rd, Xfinity Mobile Arena, undefeated South Philly fighter Johnny Cannoli Garbarino fights former world champ Mike Richmond plus 2 world title fights. Tickets at bkfc.com. I'm Sean Rodman on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Hopefully your Monday morning is off to a great start. You're going to have a chance to win some tickets coming up. The first winner will have their chance to win a pair of tickets to see Dave Matthews or Motley Crue.
Their choice?
Yes.
Ooh.
Yeah, the
Nice.
pair of tickets to Dave Matthews Band Summer Tour 2026, Friday, July 10th, or to Motley Crue, the return of the Carnival of Sins Tour with Tesla and Extreme on Monday, July 27th. Both shows are at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion, and tickets for both shows are on sale now via Ticketmaster. So you heard Connor play the first pricing game last hour, which you did pretty good in. Now that's the one that's you
Yeah, I
gotta
got
put-
four.
you got four of the
Well,
6
Sean
questions.
and I both. It was a team effort.
You got 4 of the questions together. It was just a matter of trying to figure out, that last one. You got to put the 3 together, the 3 pieces of the pie together in Now or Then, and it's tough. Now, on Now or Then, when you play it on the show, what they do is they say, here's a bag of Doritos.
Right.
And it says, is this the price? And they give you the year, and they say, is this, and it's always from 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So right now, they'd be playing the game, it would be 2016.
Yeah.
So they will say to you, is it now or then? So is the bag of Doritos, and they'll say $4.29. Is the bag of Doritos now or then? And you have to connect 3 pieces of the pie correct. But I've made every single game today will be Philly sports. You're going to have your chance. Now, here's what I've told Shukri, though. When we start screening for contestants, much like, and I can let a little out of the bag, when you go to The Price is Right, there are 180 people in the audience. Only 9 people are going to make it on stage. So they interview every person in the audience by all 15 at a time. You go into a room, 15 people at a time, and you get interviewed by the producers, the 2 associate producers and the lead producer. They interview all 15 people. You go in, you stand in front of them. They talk to you for a little second. They know your name just from your name tag, and they talk to you. They're trying to figure out, are you going to be good on TV? So Shukri's going to he's going to be critical. He's going to figure out who would be a good contestant on the show, much like yours truly got picked. I watched the 14 people speak in front of me that were in my group, in my first 14. 3 people out of my 15 got picked.
Oh, wow. Must have been a good group.
And when you see today, if you watch the show, I knew there was a good omen. Because when I'm on today, there will be there's a man right in front of me wearing an Eagles hat in the audience.
That's always a good sign.
I mean,
you hit him with a go bird?
Yes. He sits. They seat people by, like, they group you. So you sit, and then they take people and they sit them over here, and they move people around. We're sitting first, and this gentleman gets sat, and he gets sat right in front of me, and he's wearing a Eagles hat. Of all the things in the world, I'm like, go Birds. He was from Columbus, Ohio, and he was somehow related to Chris Carter. I have no idea how, whether it was his, I don't remember if it was a nephew or something, but he was somehow related to Chris Carter. So cousin or whatever. But you will see a man in an Eagles hat sitting right in front of me. And I'm like, it was happening. So we'll have, much like it was happening this weekend for the Phillies, where there was some good news for that. So you have your chance to win some tickets coming up as we play a little cliffhangers coming up on the show right in a little bit. So good weekend overall, really good weekend overall as we're talking about a lot of the things that have went on today, with locally with the Phillies. It's you, though, Connor, shockingly, put something so shocking to me in your prep for the show that I thought your email was hacked. Connor said something about the Phillies that I said, his email has to have been hacked. I did not even tease it because I don't believe you said it.
Oh, I said it. Well, I typed it, but now I'll say it.
Okay.
And what I sent to you, and I'll read the email.
You got to say it exactly
here.
as what you said.
Exactly as how I sent you for a topic for today's show. The race in the NL East is officially on. But
okay, and I believe that.
But do we want to sell out to win the division? I'd rather them not.
Of all the people, if you said to me, everybody around this show, everybody got a vote, and somebody said, don't go for it, the last person I'd say would be you. That's the last person. If you said to me, okay, we're asking Rodman, we're asking Austin, we're asking John, we're asking Andrew, the last person I would think would say that was you. So why are you saying it, and what have you done with Connor?
Now, I want this to be clear. When I say I don't want them to sell out.
You said all in. Like, go sell out. Go all in.
Right. That doesn't mean – I'm not talking about the trade deadline here. I want them to be very aggressive at the trade deadline. I want them to improve this team. I want them to find a right-handed bat, a bullpen arm, and maybe even a back end of the rotation starter, because the Alan Ronhell Tim Meza opener into Alan Ronhell has not really gone well so far. Even though
Ronhell is certainly not –
I'd rather see him start. I just think it's a weird setup for the team every 5 days. But that's something that they'll have to work out as things go on. They don't have a lot of depth there. And depth is the word that I keep coming back to. So what we've seen in the past handful of years in the National League East is that winning the division does not necessarily put you into a better setup for the postseason. We've learned that the division-winning teams can get knocked off before wild card teams and vice versa. Honestly, it's such a matchup-dependent postseason with the extra team in there for the wild card setup in the modern Major League Baseball playoff structure that there's no major advantage to winning the division. On top of that, the Philadelphia Phillies this year, you brought it up earlier, they haven't been great at home. I expect that to change, but this is not a team where you look at them and you say they're fully dependent on home field advantage. I think they can play anywhere. But I also don't think that they've shown to this point, and we're halfway through the season, a definitive advantage at Citizens Bank Park. Now, again, that could change. But the biggest thing I look at is this team does not have depth at all. We've already seen them have issues in the outfield with Adolis Garcia going down, issues in the rotation with Andrew Painter not being productive and being sent down to the minors. If they lose a guy or two, they're in major trouble, depending on who those guys are. We're talking about like collapse level major trouble, like be in trouble to even be the top wild card seed, major trouble. And I worry that if you're in a tight division race down the stretch, like let's say we get to September and you're 2 games back of the Braves, or like 1 game up, and you're in a dogfight there. Look at what's going on with that Atlanta team right now. You know what they are? They're the delivery driver that gets back to the and they got their route done quicker. But then you check the vehicle, you check like the UPS truck. Like, man, well, this tire's low on air and the axles are off, transmission's a little bit shaky because you were driving it hard. Yeah, you got there faster than everybody else. But when you got back where you were going, you were a little bit out of gas. This team cannot afford to push the players too much for regular season victories. When I know that they can have success in the wild card spots, the last thing I can have is, oh, Sanchez goes 8 innings every start for a month. We've already seen a bit of a fall off, and some of that I think is because of how long he was throwing in that 50 and 2/3 scoreless inning stretch. It's not a bad thing in the moment, but if he gets dead arm at some point because you're trying to push him because you don't trust the bullpen, that restricts the ceiling of this team in the postseason. We've seen Zach Wheeler shut down late in seasons before with issues with his shoulder. And remember, this is an older player than he's ever been, as they all are, but a guy that is still working off of a major injury situation this past offseason. The greatest strength that the Phillies have right now is staying healthy, because if they do not have their top guys, they are dead in the water. That might sound like every Major League Baseball team. You might say, yeah, if any team loses one of their better players, they're in trouble. But the Phillies, more so than I think most contenders, are dependent on keeping everybody healthy and being fresh for the postseason. And because of that, and knowing that the division has not overly mattered in playoff success, I don't need to see them sell out to win the NL East. I need to see them healthy and playing good baseball when it matters most.
So you'd be all for a Christopher Sanchez shutdown if you felt he was looking a little ragged?
Yeah, I would be. Same with Zach Wheeler. I would look
to not win the division. If it meant not winning the division, you'd be okay with it.
Yes, bullpen arms as well. Like, you're down to 2 leverage guys right now. Terrible. It's Ryan Kirkry and Joan Duran, and they're going to throw a lot. And if there's a point in the year where it's just like, hey, we've been kind of burning these guys out, I'd be fine with a week's worth of games where somebody else gets the 9th inning. If you're just like, hey, give Duran a bit of a reset. Now, this is all in the hypothetical.
I got you. No, I got you.
I'm not resting healthy guys who are feeling good who want to play. But if it comes down to, do we play conservative knowing we're going to get in but might not win the division, or do we try and chase down Atlanta and win the NL East for the 3rd straight year, I'm going conservative.
Rodman, you going with Connor? Are you in his camp here?
To a degree, I feel like. Like, I would be in favor to go in that route with Connor, but I don't think I would want to shut down both Zach Wheeler and Christopher Sanchez.
No. What if you're
needed.
not doing it at the same time?
No.
Would you give them each?
They'll be screwed.
Could you give them each a 2? Could you give them each a 2-start break?
Yeah, I think you could each give them both. Both would get a 2-start break.
At some point,
I think that's fair.
One in August, one in September?
Yeah, the problem is you burned some of the leverage bullpen arms, so you got to figure out, do we have guys we can even throw in that situation? So it's a tricky needle to thread. My thing is, I know what we're going to do. We're going to get down into a tooth and nail division race in August and September, and there are going to be people that their only focus is catching Atlanta or staying ahead of Atlanta. If it's indeed the Phillies and the Braves, we still got a ways to go, but I think those will be the 2 teams that truly separate themselves. That's not the goal. The goal is not to win the NL East. The goal is to make yourself as playoff viable as possible, and I don't want them to take their eye off the ball.
I don't think that's unfair.
No, that's not unfair. I think that's completely reasonable, especially I know you didn't necessarily fully go into that realm of it, but like the bye, if they were to get a bye, have a 2 seed.
It hasn't worked the last 2 years.
No, and I've been in favor of going after the bye. Get the extra days rest when you get to the playoffs, but it hasn't favored them.
There you go.
Yeah, the funny thing, right? People talk about getting hot or being a playoff viable team, a championship contender, what that team needs to look like. All of that stuff valid.
Sure.
So I'm not saying none of it matters. When people call the baseball postseason a crapshoot, I think sometimes you overlook the actual characteristics of teams that win. That still exists. There's a reason the Dodgers are back-to-back World Series champions. But what I would urge Phillies fans to realize, seeding matters less in the year 2026 than it ever has in the history of baseball. The seeding does not matter. Every year, you see teams make runs from lower playoff seeds, knock off and play upsets. I mean, this isn't football. So understand that it matters to make it in, but it doesn't really matter how you make it in.
Shukri will now start to take contestant calls. And do we use the regular number? Or what number
We'll go 610-632-0975.
Shukri is going to screen contestants like they do on The Price is Right. So you have to be vibrant. You have to be on the ball. You have to be ready to go. And you're going to have the opportunity to play cliffhangers with us on the show for Dave Matthews Band tickets or Motley Crue tickets that are going to be held at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion this summer. You're going to have a chance to win tickets. So Shukri is going to screen calls right now for somebody to be able to play cliffhangers with us and to have that chance, which is going to be which is coming up. So that's good. So you get that get a chance there. So he'll line that up for us there.
Yeah, and a choice of Dave Matthews Band tickets or Motley Crue tickets.
Okay, what would Andrew DeCecco be picking? Let's be honest. We already know the answer.
Yeah, he'd be going to Motley Crue.
He's going to Motley Crue.
Yeah, 100%.
Easily.
Rodman's going to Dave Matthews.
Probably Dave Matthews.
You're going to Dave Matthews.
Yes.
Your dad would go to Motley Crue.
Possibly. I don't know.
If he had,
He's got
choice,
weird music taste.
If he had the choice of two,
I'd imagine Dave Matthews.
I'd go to Motley Crue. If I had the choice of the two, I'd go to Motley Crue. I would think most people would go of mine would go to Motley.
That's the beautiful thing. If you get in early though, and you call us right now at 610-632-0975, you're going to get your choice. Now, if the first two people take the Dave Matthews Band tickets,
then it is. Then it's Motley Crue.
Or
so
vice versa. So get in quick.
Yeah, so you got to get in quick with this. So the first person's going to get to play the Cliffhangers game, and the Cliffhangers game's pretty easy. I think it's pretty easy, but there are 4 questions about Philly sports. So when we get our contestant, we will we'll quiz them on the game and get them started with that. It's the Eagles 2 weeks to training camp, 3 weeks to training camp. So they've got their time off. I had a interesting Eagles story. I had an Eagles player, by the way, that wants to go nameless, that picked up the entire tab for a restaurant.
Oh, wow.
How about that? In the borough.
Oh, that's very kind.
Picked up the entire tab for a restaurant. That's about as good as it gets. That is about what a really cool thing to do. That everybody that was seated, every tab that was active, none of them knew it, and everybody was guest of this player who was there and made an appearance.
Oh, wow. That's
okay.
Very, very
This player, I
generous.
want to go nameless. I'm not going to tell you the name of the player, but I will give you some clues.
Okay.
Big money player.
All right.
I will just tell you. So I'm not going to out the player. Big money Eagles player picked up the tab for everybody in the restaurant.
That was very nice of Britton Covey to do that.
It was really nice.
What a guy.
That was really, really nice at that point. So.
Why does that never happen when I'm eating at a restaurant? Man, come on.
Can you imagine that?
Yeah, I can. That would be awesome.
Nice chance there if you get to do that. Though,
I'd be like, another round of the steak, please, fine, sir.
Have we put up the poll question of the day, by the way? I don't know. At some point,
we have.
We do. The poll question is up. And the poll question's always up thanks to Dr. Avidan Appel from Iron Mountain Men's Health. The Twitter poll always going strong with Dr. Avidan Appel from Iron Mountain Men's Health. What is the poll question, Rodman?
The Twitter poll question is, what does you, John Kincade, win today on The Price is Right? The answers are the showcase, huge prize but no showcase, prizes we'll all laugh about, or he flames out on national television, which is actually in first place at 40%.
40% is I flame out on national television.
Yep. People are rooting against you, it sounds like, Johnny.
But they think, look, it's already happened. So they think I flame out on national television. So 4 out of 10.
Yep.
What's next?
27% is in second place with prizes we'll laugh about.
Prizes we'll laugh about.
Third place is the showcase at 19%, and then a huge prize but no showcase at 14%.
So 14%. Now, you guys earlier predicted a trip. You all went trip.
Yes.
I would just say to you that and to our pollsters, you do sign if you win on the show, you sign a non-disclosure. And in the non-disclosure, you say, I will not tell what happened on the show as far as you don't give away any details. The Price is Right in CBS put a picture of me up on today's preview of the show with Drew Carey. Do you think if I flamed out on national TV, they would do that?
It'd be really funny if you did.
It would have to be really bad flame
out. It would
out.
be really funny.
Yeah, if all of this lead up is just to you like losing the game that you play would be really, really funny. I would enjoy that very much.
It would be really funny. But let's just say it would happen. I understand Middays with Marks is going to have some live coverage too today, like live coverage from the chopper. Do we have our contestant for cliffhangers?
I will double check with Shukri.
Okay, so that was Shukri. Hopefully Shukri has our contestant for cliffhangers, so we can have our player for Dave Matthews Band tickets or for Motley Crue tickets. So hopefully he's not too discerning as far as our contestants go. But the poll question, I'm a little shocked that that's the number one, or people rooting to see the funny ones. I've had people saying to me, backyard furniture seems to be the number one guess. Now you guys are all trip.
Yeah.
You guys are all trip.
Yes, we are. Well, we have our contestant now, so we'll see.
Well, I will tell you that Andrew, and I'm going to say this because Andrew's on vacation. Andrew knows.
Oh.
And I can tell you how Andrew's a foxhole guy. Andrew has known since the Monday that I came back. Andrew Salciunas is a foxhole guy. He's known.
See, you know what's funny about this, folks? He didn't tell me.
He's known.
It kind of tells you the trust that he has.
Andrew knew.
Man.
Andrew knew. All right, let's play some cliffhangers. Who are we playing with?
We're going to be playing with Scott in Warminster.
Scott, how are you, buddy?
Hey,
Scott,
good morning, guys. What's going on?
What's up, Scott? Are you a Dave Matthews fan or are you a Motley Crue fan?
My son already has tickets for Motley Crue, so I got to go with Motley Crue and go with them if I get a chance.
Oh, that's great. Okay, so we're playing for Motley Crue tickets. We're going to play a little cliffhangers. Do you know how the game works? You remember the little guy climbing up the mountain?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to give you 4 questions. You have to get within $25, well, it's 25 points, of your 4 answers. So we're going to be tracking you every single time. So you're trying to get as close to the number as you can. And every time you're off, the mountain climber is going to go up the mountain, and hopefully it's going to end up with you being a winner after the 4th question. You're still on the mountain. You haven't fallen off, all right? First question for
Sounds
you.
good.
Career high in goals for Eric Lindros. You got to give me a number.
I'll go with 5.
5?
In a season.
In a season.
In a season, Scott.
In a season.
I'm sorry. I told you in a game.
In a season.
It's more than 5. We'll tell you that.
Yes.
Yes. I will go with 48.
48. Is that correct, Rodman? Is that That's not the right answer. But how much is he off? Let's start going up the mountain. Oh, stop. Only 1.
Oh.
He's off by 1.
Atta babe, Scotty.
That is good job. So now you're 24 steps away. You got 24 steps to work with to win the tickets. 47 goals in 1996. That's very good.
Scotty knows his stuff.
All right, Scotty, now we go to baseball. Chase Utley's career high, season high, in home runs.
I'll go with 24.
24. Is that the correct answer? All right, let's see. How long does the mountain climber climb up the mountain? Uh-oh. He's climbing. Oh, he's climbing. Oh, he's climbing. Stop! Oh, you're off by 11.
Uh-oh.
33. 33. So that was his career high of 33. Connor, do you know the year?
I would imagine that it was 2009.
It was 8.
8.
2008. He had 2009. I think he had 32. So as career high. Okay, you got 13 steps. You got to be close here, all right, now? You got 2 more questions here, so let's go. Allen Iverson, career high points per game average.
I'll go 32 in like 2001, I guess.
He's going 32. Is that the correct answer, Rodman? Uh-oh. He's got 13 steps to work with. Let's start climbing the mountain. Stop! It was 33.
Oh,
in
good
2006. All right, great
Okay.
job. Great job.
You have 12 more points to work with, Scott.
All right, you got 12, so you got a lot of range here. You should be able to win the tickets to Motley Crue. All right?
Nice. Here
Carson
we go.
Wentz, career-high passing touchdowns.
Ooh, let's see. I'll go with, you on the safe side and go with 35.
He's going 35. He's going on the safe side. Is that the correct answer? Let's start climbing the mountain. Stop him. 33. He's a winner.
We've
we got
got
a
a
winner of
winner.
the Motley Crue tickets.
There you go,
That's
Scott.
10 steps to go. Good job. You win the Motley Crue tickets. You're going to be going to Freedom Mortgage Pavilion and seeing the concert. Congratulations. You're the first listener winner of the day playing Cliffhangers. Good job. By the way, what do you think I do today on The Price is Right? Do you think I win big? Do you think I lose? What do I think?
I think you got it, Johnny boy. I think
All
you
right,
got
buddy. Take care of yourself. Stay on hold. We'll get you a
Scotty,
winner.
you got it. He's back on hold. Shoe Crew will
See,
get him his prize
he believes.
information.
That was good. So he was 10 off.
Yeah.
That was
that's
pretty good there.
Well played.
Would you have come close to that?
Yeah, I would have won that one.
Well, the Wentz one was he had the wiggle room at the end.
Mm-hmm.
I thought with the Utley thing, he almost blew it. Hey, it's not Magic Mattingly. This soundbite explains it all. Kincade Salciunas continues on the Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
The Phillies win the series. Jesus Luzardo started off well yesterday, going 5 innings. He only allowed 4 hits, 3 walks, and 1 earned run with 6 strikeouts yesterday. The Mets later took the lead, but in the 7th, Kyle Schwarber made history.
He would be the fastest Philly to 30. Fly ball right center field. Going back on it is Ewing. Back toward the track to the wall. It is gone! 2-run home run Schwarber!
That was thanks to our friends at NBC Sports Philadelphia with Tom McCarthy on the call. Kyle Schwarber is now the fastest Philly to 30 home runs in a single season. Phillies went on to win that game 5-4 and now sit 3 games behind the Braves in the division. Phils are back in action tonight home against the Pirates. Aaron Nola is scheduled to get the start for the Phils and Braxton Ashcraft for the Pirates. First pitch is at 6:40. Flyers added 6 players in the NHL draft over the weekend, and Danny Briere, who made those selections, will be joining us later today as well. The Flyers developmental camp begins today through Friday. I'm Sean Rodman on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Kincade and Salciunas, 6.
hours brought to you by the Bet Parks Online Casino and Sportsbook app. Live bet sports on the Bet Parks app. Play all your favorite casino games. There's always another way to win on the Bet Parks Online Casino and Sportsbook. Got to be 21 in Pennsylvania, Jersey, or Maryland. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Drew Carey never does that.
Got him.
He never does that on the Price is Right.
It's okay.
Never
Andrew
messes up
Salciunas
like
always does.
Oh, he does.
So do I. So we're all in the same boat
He has
there.
the premature ejaculation with the, stepping in on it too much. So you got
Happens
to be
to the best
careful.
of us.
It does. It does. Shukri Wrights will line up another contestant to play with us in the next game on our Price is Right day. As later on today, you can catch me on the Price is Right with Drew Carey. As CBS has let the out of the bag. I'm on the picture for today's episode. So, I mean, they've let it out of the bag. There's Drew interviewing me, so you can see it. So we'll play another game where you can win Dave Matthews tickets or Motley Crue tickets from Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Tickets for both shows on sale now at Ticketmaster. So our first winner of the day, playing Cliffhangers. I got 2 texts from friends. My friend Mark won Cliffhangers playing along in his car. He had 11. So we had 11 steps left. Our winner was 10 steps were left. You would have done better, though, you thought, right?
I would have won the game. I don't know that I would have done better.
I mean, it's get a little closer. Rodney, you think you would have won also?
I would have won as well, yes.
You would have won also. So hopefully next game is pick-a-pair. So Shukri Wrights is taking your call right now at 610-632-0975. He's going to line us up another great contestant to play in just a moment or two. But Don Mattingly has worked a turnaround of the Philadelphia Phillies. How historic is the turnaround? Well, no team has ever been 10 games under 500 in May and 10 games over 500 in June.
That's certainly something. I'm not surprised it's never happened.
No team has ever done it. Now, he's 10 games over 500 now. They could blow this with the Pirates the next 2 nights. That means he's got to split the next 2 games with the Pirates to keep that mark.
Yes.
To keep that record.
I think they'll be capable of doing that.
I don't like tonight's, though, with Nola.
Yeah.
And he's got a good young pitcher going up against a good young pitcher, so he's got some toughness.
I can't put anything by this team right now. I mean, they go into Citi Field. They win their first series against the Mets, 3 or more in 5 years, coming off the back-to-back-to-back ninth inning go-ahead home run stretch in Washington. This team's on a heater right now. I don't think Pittsburgh's going to be the one that stops them.
So you don't think that's going to be the one that puts that all together?
They'll win 3 out of 4.
So that's a good one then. So you got the opportunity there. So we'll see how that goes. All right, here's the deal for you. You're going to now. We're gonna play a game coming up. Shukri's going to get that lined up. But first, Don Mattingly. We found out a story about Don Mattingly. We found out about it more exactly by the Mets broadcast the other day about what he did in his first meeting ever with the Philadelphia Phillies players as their manager. Listen up.
I went over to the Phillies side and I spoke with Brandon Marsh and just asked him what happened? What is the difference when you do get a spark from a managerial change? And what he said was that when that happened, it was almost as if it felt like the players got smacked in the face. That, they loved Rob Thompson and it wasn't his fault. And it just kind of woke them up. And he said that they then had a meeting with Don Mattingly, and Mattingly said to the group, listen, I am sick and tired of hearing nobody yelling in the dugout, no conversation in the clubhouse. I don't care who you are, what your name is. I need guys that are going to fight for me innings 1 through 9. And for Marsh, and he said for everybody else, it just really snapped them back into focus, fired them up, and they kind of decided to start playing with their hair on fire again, not worrying about things. They said, we lost 11 in a row. Who cares? Now, if we just play, let it all out, we'll lose 12 in a row, worst case scenario. And ever since then, it's changed the whole vibe over there, and they have taken off and gone on a run where now they're well in striking distance of the division.
What did I say all along about the manager? And what did Don Mattingly tell his team about the team under the old manager? They were lethargic in the dugout, nobody talking to each other, just blah. They were a lethargic team. They took on the personality of their manager. And Don Mattingly said, I'm tired of it. There was no, and I always said it, and Andrew, I wish he was here today because he would scoff at it. the manager stared off into space. There was no communication. And he said, I need guys talking to each other. I need guys fired up. By the way, I need his star players to be somebody to talk up in the dugout.
Yeah.
Need somebody to do it.
I think that's all valid criticism of what we saw early this season for the Philadelphia Phillies. I don't think that was necessarily something that had heavily affected them in previous years. I mean, they won 95 and 96 games the final 2 seasons, full seasons under Rob Thompson. They won the NL East, and the postseason is the postseason. That's a totally different beast. I think that's more player-centric, not hitting the ball, and managerial decisions with the bullpen and stuff that we saw. Like, yes, he holds fault for that. Now, as far as the feel of the team, like the not talking and everything, that's also on the players. But what that says to me is that Rob Thompson's message got stale. That's where we're at. He was stale. He's boring as hell.
Yes. And he doesn't push people.
That was a this year thing. I don't want to look at the whole tenure.
He never pushed people. He never was that manager, though. He never was that guy. He came in after the hard-ass manager, and he was the perfect, I guess, soft landing.
Yeah, and it worked for 4 years.
It worked.
And it did not work for a fifth.
But then they got lethargic.
That's certainly what it sounds like they're saying right there. And the talking in the dugout, that's also on the leadership of the team.
That's what I mean. And that's where you expect Harper.
Yes.
Is supposed to be the leader. He's supposed to be the face.
Schwarber as well.
No, Harper's the guy, though, who's supposed to be.
I mean, Schwarber is the leader in that clubhouse.
Oh, he is. No, Schwarber is.
So that's on him, too. I know we love him.
Yeah, you got to do it. So it's good to see that they've turned it around.
But they've had a lot of veterans. Like, that's an indictment on the way they came into this season. And it goes back to something that you guys have mentioned a couple of times with the good club comments that Dave Dombrowski made, that John Middleton echoed before the season. They came in too complacent. They did not change enough this offseason, and with that, the manager had to wear it, and it woke him up. But that shows you, anyone who was looking at the team through 9-19, it's like, they stink. They're not going to make the play. It was never the talent level. It was that they needed to wake the hell up.
Right.
And they shouldn't have been asleep to begin with, but just thank God we're where we're at now.
You want to try to win some concert tickets with us and play our next game, you can at 610-632-0975, 610-632-0975. And Shukri will get you lined up and get you on the board to play Pick-a-Pair, which is our next game. So, and we'll see if Connor and Rodman can also be able to figure out the pair that gets you to the number that wins for you. So 610-632-0975. It is the... To me, though, it's just I consider it more of an indictment, even though I'm making fun. It is more of an indictment on the roster.
Yeah, it's on the players, right?
I always put personal responsibility above everything anyway.
This ain't Little League baseball, where you need the coach to come out and settle down a 12-year-old who's struggling out in Williamsport. These are veteran, early 30s, mid-30s star players.
But they needed it, didn't they?
Well, they needed a wake-up. I don't think they needed someone to tell them, it's okay.
But how did they need a wake-up?
That's what I'm saying.
But how?
You shouldn't have.
Like, how could you ever need a wake-up call when you're a multimillionaire baseball player?
I think do
you have no pride?
They got too used to we're fine. They did. And their track record would show you how they fell into that trap. They've been a really good regular season baseball team for 4 years now. And I think that where they're at and what they have to do, they were trying too much. You remember when we talked about the Eagles Super Bowl run?
Sure.
Or the post-Super Bowl year where they were ignoring that they were the champs? I think the Phillies got too comfortable with just continuing to do what we've done that worked. And they got laissez-faire with the idea we need to push more to try and have more postseason success. I'm party to that because from the outside looking in, it was more stay the course, don't overreact to anything. Baseball's a long season. But eventually that message does not play when you don't get the postseason success.
Okay, we have we're going to cut out a little early. We're going to get our listener lined up to play Pick-a-Pair. We're going to have headlines with Sean Rodman. All the stories that you haven't gotten to today. We'll be able to get to those all coming up. It is a busy, busy day. What do we got coming up next hour? Anthony Sanfilippo.
8:05, Ansan, and he's followed up by Danny Briere at 8:30.
Wait a minute. So Ansan may have some criticism that Danny Briere has to answer.
Hey,
you never know.
Setup,
Plus Phillies stuff with Ansan. A busy, busy show here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
The world's
Got
biggest soccer.
something to say about Philly sports?
Text us on the Davis Honda text line at 610-632-0975.
Don't feel like typing? You can leave a voice memo and be heard on the air without even calling.
The Davis Honda text line on 97.5 The Fanatic. Feel the Davis difference at Davis Honda in Burlington.
Oh, the world's biggest soccer tournament is heating up in the U.S., and on Kalshi, you can trade every single match from the opening stage all the way to the final, and we have made it to the knockout rounds. Wednesday night, Team USA takes center stage, an 8 p.m. matchup with Bosnia and Herzegovina, and they are heavily favored. Team USA is trading at an 83% probability to take down Bosnia in the round of 32 and move on to the round of 16. That means a $100 trade on Team USA will pay out $117 if they win. And let's be real, folks. You're not going to trade on Bosnia. You're not going to root against the home team with the 4th of July right around the corner. You got a good squad this year. So get on Kalshi and check on what you can trade in. The best part about trading on Kalshi is you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and make sure you use code FANATIC to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Salciunas, Philly Sports Talk, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
All right, we're going to play the pick-a-pair game, and we're going to have the headlines with Sean Rodman coming up before Danny Briere joins us next hour at 8:30, and Anthony Sanfilippo from On Patterson joins us coming up around 8:05. Correct?
Yes, he will be on Zoom as well, so you get to see
He's on
Anson.
Zoom too.
If you're on our YouTube feed, you will be able to watch Anson.
Anson, I was telling my buddy the other day who is an actor. I said, by the way, one of our media members was telling me he's like an actor and everything like that. He goes, if he was out here, he goes, he could get work.
Man of many talents.
He goes, we could put him to work as like these people do the walk-on stuff as a job. They don't make a ton of money, but they get jobs as like extras where they like to have the certain people be the same extras all the time at like restaurants or on the show or hotels. So
yeah.
Anson maybe would relocate and find himself some work. All right, we're going to play a game with Connor, and it's called Pick-a-Pair. And Rodman, you can help him out with this one, all right, here?
You got it.
All right, I'm giving you the Pick-a-Pair game. I'm going to give you, right off the Price is Right, I'm going to give you 5 Eagles players off of their franchise all-time touchdown scored list. The five players I'm going to give you are LaShawn McCoy, Jalen Hurts, Deshaun Jackson, Zach Ertz, and Jeremy Maclin. So, I mean, so it's Hurts, McCoy, Deshaun Jackson, Zach Ertz, and Jeremy Maclin. I need you to give me the 2 of them whose all-time career Eagles touchdowns combined total 101.
101.
So it's McCoy, Hurts, Deshaun Jackson, Zach Ertz, and Jeremy Maclin. So if you want to jot down those names, you can.
I've got him up top. I think I
Okay.
have my 2 as well.
Okay. Do you have you want to collaborate with Robin on this one?
So, Sean, I'm thinking that Hurts and Maclin are the 2 that I want to go with. Hurts
get
a little
to
bit
101.
a higher total. Maclin probably on the lower end of those guys that we're seeing. I don't want to try.
Hurts has to be up there.
And I don't want to try and find 2 guys in the middle. I feel like that's a tougher one rather than probably the most and the least.
I think that's safe.
Okay. So you guys are going with Hurts
Hurts and
Maclin. All right. Is that the correct answer?
Oh.
All right, now.
Do I get another chance?
But in Pick-a-Pair, you always get another chance.
Okay.
You get to leave one of the names that you picked, and you get to choose one of the other 3.
Do I get to know how far off I was? Or
Nope.
am I just guessing in the dark? Okay, what do we do, Shawnee?
We got to leave Hurts.
Okay.
So you're leaving Hurts. So now, since you took, who did you take? You took
Maclin.
So
now you have to either pick Hurts plus LaShawn McCoy, Hurts plus Deshaun Jackson, or Hurts plus Zach Ertz to total 101 all-time career Eagles touchdowns. You always, in Pick-a-Pair, you always get to keep one, and you get a second chance.
Do we think
I'm thinking Hurts might be too high now.
Hurts might be too high?
Yeah, but
I mean,
did we already make that call? Can we go
can
back?
we switch?
Yeah.
Okay, you want to go back?
We're going to
Okay,
switch.
you're going to go to Maclin?
We're going to keep Maclin.
Okay, you're going to keep Maclin.
And then we're going to go. We need someone that's a little bit on the higher end. I think Zach Ertz is probably.
You don't think LaShawn McCoy would?
Let's go with Shady. Let's go with Shady.
You're going with Shady.
Let's go with Sean and Jeremy Maclin.
Is that the correct answer?
Should we have kept Hurts?
Should have kept Jalen Hurts. And you should have combined Jalen Hurts with Zach Ertz. Jalen Hurts, 63, and Zach Ertz, 38.
Okay. All right.
That's
All
the
right.
101.
We got there. That was a tough game.
LaShawn McCoy, 54. Deshaun Jackson, 42. Zach Ertz, 38. Jeremy Maclin, 35.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a tough game.
I had
'Cause you get-
we had Maclin as the lowest and Hurts as the highest, so that was good.
So there you
we
go.
at least had the
So-
right process. We just
So
didn't
the
have
right,
the numbers.
yeah, the right process. If you were a listener and you played that along and you did it in your car, I'd love to know if you had that one right because that is a difficult one. So let's check out today's headlines with Sean Rodman.
Today's headlines with Sean, no relation to Dennis Rodman.
All right. Today's headlines is brought to you by Lundy Law. If you've been For over 70 years, Lundy Law has been fighting for injured people. If you need them, remember the name Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Visit LundyLaw.com. That's LundyLaw.com. All right, and first up, we will go to the world of basketball. On Jeff Teague's podcast, he had Norris Cole on, and Norris Cole was sharing some stories about LeBron versus D-Wade in practice, and LeBron would have some comments towards some of the people on the sidelines, including one, Pat Riley.
Started like going shooting shots like wrong leg, left hand hook layups. He started like doing like almost like Michael Jordan layups, not looking, and then he'll run down and look at Pat Riley like, I know it's different. I know D-Wade's our boy, but I know it's different.
I like that. I mean, listen, people will give the comparison between Jordan and LeBron is always an interesting one because
always.
No one's ever going to win that argument. It'll never happen. But the one thing that people look at with MJ is just like the killer mentality. People say Kobe's a lot closer to that. I always find it funny that people think LeBron James has put together the career that he's had without that dog in him. Like, without that, hey, I don't care that it's D-Wade and this guy that I grew up playing with and a guy that I'm now teammates with. Like, I'm going to bust his ass in practice, and I'm going to tell Pat Riley about it. And that's something that, like, I don't think he gets enough credit for.
Yeah, I think that, to me, I'm always going to look at LeBron James with the greatest admiration for this, is that somebody from the age of 16 that was told that they were the next great player that actually delivered on it. That to me gives me he gets the ultimate respect of all time for me.
Yeah, D-Wade's a Hall of Fame player. Like, clearly seeing the gap between those two guys.
Yes,
like,
I mean, come on.
Yeah,
it's
Bron's different.
All right, next up we have an old friend, Max Kepler, back in action after serving an 80-game suspension. And, well, he hit one in center field. He's now playing for the Diamondbacks. Hit one in deep center field. And, well, let's just say maybe could have used the PEDs.
Time necessary to get him healthy again.
The high shot back into deep center. Mullins goes to the wall and with room, right at the wall, makes the catch. And Kepler is the second out.
80 games ago, that's probably a homer.
Oh, man. Fair shot.
No, that's a fair shot. That is a fair shot. When you cheat the game, you get exactly what you deserve.
There's nothing dirty about that one. Listen, the guy was suspended. They caught him, and you hit one to the track. That's what you're going to get.
When you cheat the game, you deserve to be called out for it.
Yeah,
you do.
I hate to take the shot because he's currently injured right now, and you don't want to see anybody get hurt. But Yohan Rojas, that probably would have been, shallow center?
Yeah,
another guy who cheated the game.
I mean,
like
my goodness.
Jozempic.
What in the world was going on with the Phillies last year?
Yes.
All right. And
our
last up, we have the Travelers. Yesterday, I don't know if you guys saw, but yesterday, Scotty Scheffler and Victor Hovland coming down to the wire. We have Victor Hovland hit a couple par putts to head down to 18. They're in the same group. Victor Hovland putts to tie. They're both tied at 21 under, and Scotty Scheffler steps up from 9 feet away to try to force a playoff.
Scheffler again walks it in. Amazing stuff by Scheffler. And another great atmosphere on a Sunday at the Travelers, but we will head into Monday.
Listen to that crowd.
Yeah, so they're chanting USA. You might be like, why in the world are they chanting USA here up in Connecticut? 4th of July stuff. So Norwegian fans have taken over for the World Cup. They have a huge fan base that's been all over the place. And Victor Hovland is from Norway, so they've all been rooting heavily for him. So it's a little Ryder Cup feel, and we've got a 9 a.m. playoff this morning because the weather delay pushed them too late. I love the day after, just two guys rolling back out to 18. Show and go. Let's play some golf.
They have to be off by 11, though.
Yeah.
They got to be done by 11 o'clock. So
I imagine they're not going to play a 2-hour playoff.
So they don't mess with the prices right. None of that. So.
It's got to be tough. Could you imagine? You're just
I can't imagine that. First off, amping yourself up again for just that one.
Right.
If it was like the U.S. Open where you play the whole round.
Yeah.
That's different.
That's got to be a tough night of sleep. Knowing you got to wake up the next morning to go out there at 9.
And you got to be able to do that.
One hole, you screw up one shot. Next thing you know, second place.
That is brutal to be able to pull that one off.
We pull it for Scotty?
Yes.
Of course. Got to root for the American, right?
We have to.
I was just making sure.
Hey, we're going to reset. It was a busy weekend for the Phillies, Flyers, and Team USA. And Anthony Sanfilippo from on Patterson will share his thoughts on all of it. Second half of Kincade Salciunas comes your way on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now, on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Phils win the series. Jesus Luzardo only allowed one earned run over 5 innings yesterday. The bullpen allowed some traffic on the base paths, but got out of most of the jams, minus that 6th inning. But it was Kyle Schwarber that saved the day with his 30th home run of the season. Don Mattingly spoke post-game on Kyle Schwarber.
I don't know if I've seen anybody quite like him. He's a little different than guys I've played with. It's a different time with more strikeouts, damage, walk, but he's amazing in what he does, and it's obviously good to see.
Phillies now sit 3 games behind the Braves in the division. Phils are back in action tonight at home against the Pirates. Aaron Nola is scheduled to get the start for the Phils, and Braxton Ashcraft for the Pirates. First pitch is at 6:40. Flyers added 6 players in the NHL draft over the weekend, including first round pick, defensive Maximin Solokolovsky with the 28th overall pick. And Sanfilippo will join us next on that pick and the other Flyer selections, as well as the Phillies. And then GM Danny Briere will join us at 8:30. The round of 32 officially kicked off yesterday. Team USA matchup is Wednesday at 8 p.m. against Bosnia-Herzegovina. And this update's brought to you by Mattress Firm. Need better rest? Let Mattress Firm's sleep experts match you with the perfect bed at the July 4th sale. They make sleep easy. I'm Sean Rodman on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
Kincade Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
All right, halfway home on this Monday morning. Hopefully you had a great weekend. I just saw this is the #1, New York Times, the #1 vacation week in the United States this year.
Oh, the week leading up to the 4th?
It is the #1 PTO week this year. Of the Fortune 500 companies, the most PTO will be taken this week.
Salciunas contributing to that.
I guess because of the Friday. Because of the Friday, you get the Friday holiday.
Mm-hmm.
So people using 4 days to get the week off. So it's the most. So the dedicated workers came into work. That's the way I look at it.
Even though I'm off Friday and Monday. So.
If you're a dedicated worker, you do it, which is really, really nice. I would say a dedicated worker He, he pretty much could be. We could come on and talk with him about anything. Anthony Sanfilippo, anything that he wants, and he joins us via Zoom.
Yes,
on Kincade Salciunas. Hi, Aunt San. How are you today?
Yeah, I'm getting ready to go on vacation, John.
Oh, you are? So you're going to be one of those people, right?
Actually, I'm not. I took all of next week because I looked at it as I was getting the holiday anyway this week, so I got an extra day out of the vacation. So I go away on Friday, and then I'm away through the following Saturday.
See, I think that's next level thinking. See, I think that's a next level thinking.
Yeah, the early All-Star break for Ansan. I love it.
Yeah, that's great. Now, I mean, you're going to miss, because you had to be back for the next week for all the All-Star festivities.
Correct.
So you
Correct. I'm home on the 11th.
So you're going to go. You can't tell us where you're going, but are you going away? You going?
Going in the Caribbean. My wife and I.
Wow, that's nice. That's nice. By the way, because I check these kind of things. You have a nice, clear forecast in the Caribbean too.
Yeah,
so you're nice and clear, so you won't face any problems. No stormy seas out there. There haven't been any stormy seas for the Phillies since Don Mattingly took over. And did you hear the comments from the Mets broadcast the other day?
Yes, I did.
Did I miss that or that?
Yeah.
Interpretation
it's kind of weird. So we had heard that, that he had went in and basically said to them, hey, this is your responsibility. You got to, there's a good man got fired here, and it's on you guys. But we had not heard it to that specific level, right? And so that was definitely a first time I had heard that story. Whatever it was, John, it worked, right? It worked. It got these guys focused on playing the right brand of baseball. And look, I had been going back and forth with this week, right? Because if you think of the 7 games that they just played on the road against the Nationals and the Mets, they went 5-2. Very good, right? But if you look at each of those games individually, they could have lost each one of them, and they didn't. So that's a sign to me, I believe, of a very good baseball team. When you're maybe not at your best, or you are struggling against a team that you should beat, and yet you still find a way to win the game. That's what good teams do. And so I think that's kind of where the Phillies are. Yeah, they're still flawed. They still have some holes. They're going to have to fill them. But on the whole, when you look at the team, they're pretty darn good.
But I could counter that by saying it's a dangerous way to live, having to play games that way consistently. How sustainable is what the Phillies have done in this turnaround with this torrid pace they're on?
Well, you know what? We were wondering the same thing, when they were winning games 2-1, 3-2. We kept saying, how sustainable is this? They can't do this without offense. They can't do this without offense. And they went ahead and found a way to get some offense, right? And so so when you say how sustainable is it? Well, it's been sustainable since April 27th or 28th through June 28th. So it's 2 months that they've played like this, in different ways. So I trust the pitching, at least the starting pitching, enough that it's going to be good enough for them going forward. And I will tell you, and I don't know if this was one of the questions that you were going to ask, but I know everybody wants a bat. Everyone wants a bat. I think they'll add a bat of some kind. I don't think that's going to be the big acquisition. I think the big acquisition at the trade deadline is going to be another pitcher. I really do. And I think that they're just going to double down on what their strength is, and that if you go into the playoffs, let's play a game with me here for a second. You go into the playoffs, you obviously don't need all of your starting pitching in the postseason, right? But you pretty much need 3 guys. Yes, every once in a while you have that 4th spot come up. You pretty much need 3. But we say, well, they already have 3. Yeah, but they could use another lefty in the bullpen. And if you're not going to go out and get Aroldis Chapman, who's probably the best lefty that's going to be available, what if you go out and get another hammer of a starting pitcher and slide Luzardo into the pen? We saw him come out of the pen last year against the Dodgers, right? He pitched really well against the Dodgers in relief. What if you did that, and Luzardo now becomes your number 1 lefty in the bullpen, and you go out and get another big arm that can go out and be one of your starters? Like, I think that's a realistic possibility, and maybe the way that the Phillies go.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was. It's funny as you said that's about question. That's where I was going to go with you. I actually think that a starting pitcher would be a better acquisition. I keep hearing people talking about going and getting somebody for the bullpen. I think a starter would be a better acquisition because of the fact of the flexibility it could give you in October. But more importantly, I just think it's going to wear things down if they don't get somebody in here that's going to help it, because you got two-fifths of that rotation right now is a bit of a black hole.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that the other thing, John, is, I watched this bullpen, in recent games, and I ultimately think Kerkering and Alvarado are fine. They're good bullpen pieces, but I'm not sure either one is the guy you want to be the bridge to Duran. I think that they serve you better in that middle relief secondary role. And I don't think that we'll see what Brad Keller looks like when he comes back from injury. Maybe he was pitching hurt for a little bit, and now you get him healthy. Maybe he looks better, a little more like the guy he was a year ago in Chicago, and that helps too. So we'll see on him. But if you can get yourself another arm back there, that kind of helps that out. I think that can fix the bullpen. But rather than going and trading for that yet again, maybe you go get the starter, because I think that the starting pitching is what gets you through. It's what wins World Series. When you look at almost every year, the teams that win are the teams that have the best starting pitching.
We're talking to Anthony Sanfilippo of On Pattison here on Kincade and Salciunas. Now, the one thing that I think about when you talk about acquiring a starter or a bullpen arm is the biggest one, is the right field situation with really a setup of a platoon with Gabriel Rincones and Derek Hill. And I know Derek Hill has turned himself into, over the last couple of games, this incredible player. I don't know how that's possibly a playoff caliber grouping that you have in the corner right now.
It's not, but I think it's a little bit easier if you say to yourself, you know what, Derek Hill's a guy that we could throw out there against lefties. He's really good defensively. He could serve as that short side of the platoon. If you out and find yourself a left-handed hitting outfielder, which is far easier to find than a right-handed hitting outfielder, I think you can get away with a platoon. So it doesn't have to be an every game outfield type. That's why I said I still think they're going to add somebody. I think that the spot that they would add would replace Rincones more than it would be anything else. So that I think is easier to find. And you're talking about a decent strong side platoon outfielder. That's not going to be the primary piece that you're acquiring at the deadline. Think of it like last year, right? Like the deadline last year, the big name that they acquired was Duran. But the other guy they got was Harrison Bader. Bader was a nice addition for the Phillies. Think of it like the Harrison Bader addition, just a left-handed hitting outfielder. That's kind of what I think the Phillies are going to be looking for.
The Flyers were looking for talent the other night. Connor worked the draft for us on 97.5 The Fanatic. And to read, I was out of town, and to read Flyers Twitter, a large portion of it, I realized that I don't know a thing about hockey, because I believe that slow and steady wins the race when you're trying to dig yourself out of the hole that the Mr. Snyder mentality of constantly going for broke cost this franchise for decades. And I used to work for it, and I understood it. I like the slow and steady approach. I don't know what fans really wanted, and I got to tell you, Ansan, I don't know about this draft, because anybody who tells me they know about these prospects or can definitively tell me what the Flyers did or didn't do, I'm going to tell you is full of crap. That's like right now, because the NHL draft is the one that we probably know the least about, these talents.
Yeah, I'll tell you, the first mistake you made, John, was reading Flyers Twitter.
Well, there you go. I always say it's the dumbest Twitter, and it's just and look, I love I love people having passion for a team. But I'm with you. But it seems to me like the dumbest Twitter that's out there. I suggested a breathalyzer today for X, that they should actually, before you tweet, you should actually have to have that, or an IQ test. That might work too.
Yeah, there you go. No, I'm with you. Someone asked me last night. They said, "What do you think of the draft?" I said, "I have no idea." I said, "I cover this team. I'm around this team. I talk to the scouts. I talk to the executives. I know nothing about these players. I haven't watched teenagers play ice hockey since I was covering high school hockey at the Delco Times, right? I mean, that was the last time I watched a teenager play ice hockey."
I would have loved to have had you cover me back in the day.
Yeah.
I would have loved to have had some post-game stuff with you back in the day.
Yeah, exactly. So no, I don't know. Is Max Sokolowski, is he going to be, the big menacing defenseman that they hope he is? Maybe, maybe not. Who knows, right? Like, I have no idea. So I look at these players. I try to find some interesting angles on them by talking to the people that drafted them. I was down in Atlantic City, talked to the scouts, talked to, Danny Briere and talked to Rick Tocchet, and kind of got a sense of, what they know about him. That's all I can give you. So I don't, are they going to be right? Well, we won't know for 5 years.
The Twitter GMs already have made their decision. I mean, they've already ruled on a guy that they had no idea who he was before the Flyers drafted him. Not one person could have picked him out of a lineup or told you anything about it. It drives me nuts.
Yeah. The only thing I will say about Sokolowski is this: plays in London, right? You're playing in London. You're playing for the Hunter brothers, Dale Hunter, Mark Hunter. You're probably going to become an NHL player at some point. Like they manufacture. They're like the one thing I could say for fans to understand this is the London Knights are the equivalent of the Alabama Crimson Tide, the Georgia Bulldogs of college football. Right? Like they produce players for the league left, right, and center. So maybe this guy is going to be a player coming out of an Alabama type program in junior hockey. That's all I can give you.
We're going to talk to Danny coming up, actually, and get the chance to ask him about the draft. And is there anything outside of that, because I know it's such a crapshoot, but just the offseason as a whole, would you have any critiques for the way they've handled their business so far?
I don't know if I would critique it so far. I think that there are still things that can get done. But they definitely, there have been players that have been moved, right? And everybody's kind of freaking out. Why haven't the Flyers made a trade? Well, they did make it. They made one trade, right? They got a backup goalie. That was an upgrade, getting that backup goalie.
And I bet Garnet Hathaway's a happy camper. I bet he's happy. At least, they looked out.
They got to find a replacement for him too.
But they looked out for him.
I'm not sure it comes from within. I think that they might sign a free agent that could replace Hathaway, which I know people aren't going to be really excited about, signing a fourth line guy. But I do think that there are still moves that they're involved in names, right? They're involved in the conversation for Darnell Nurse. They're involved in the conversation for Zach Werenski. I think that you're going to see them add a defenseman of some kind, in some capacity this offseason. The interesting one, and I kind of threw this out yesterday, that I think is something that they might do is the offer sheet route. Now, everybody thinks when I say the offer sheet, they're going to say, oh my God, they're going to go after Leo Carlson. I'm not sure that they are. The Ducks kind of cleared some money this week and they have space now. But I do think that there might be a player that, on a smaller scale that maybe doesn't cost you 4 first-round picks that you can add and make this team a little better. And the name I keep hearing is Maverick Bourque from the Dallas Stars. And I think that's an interesting name, and I think it's a possibility. I'm not sure if they're going to do it, but I heard some rumblings about it.
Could help the power play.
Yeah.
Could help the power play. Could help,
Absolutely.
you know what I mean? And obviously, your top 4 becomes much stronger. I mean, those are some options. There's some good things there. And when you go to the Caribbean, make sure you put on that sunscreen, though.
100%.
Don't come back burned.
Especially up top where I have less at, right?
By the way,
got to really cover the dome.
I brought up your name with a buddy of mine, Joshua Morrow. He stars in The Young and the Restless. I brought up your name after our interview last time. And he said, I said, one of our guys in the local media here, I said, he's an actor. And he goes, he could find work out here in L.A. He said, there are a lot of guys who do steady, like, fill-in work on the soaps. So if you ever, if this On Patterson thing ever falls through,
then I'm going to go like you and go to a different city, right?
You could be a character. Yes, I will be going to a different city, but I won't be doing the Young and the Restless. But so you just think about it. I could do the hookup there. I could do the hookup there. So
I'll reach out to you, John. I'll do that.
Just thinking of your acting career. Have a great trip, dude.
Hey, thanks, guys.
We'll see you soon.
Thanks, Ant.
Anthony Sanfilippo joining us here on Kincade Salciunas.
Hey, we like him covering the teams too.
I don't
Not just the
anywhere.
actor. No, I want Anthony.
I was fascinated with that, though, that he's also a stage actor and also like a playwright type stuff. I'm fascinated by that.
Yeah.
Like, what would you be if you had a side career that had nothing to do with this?
I've always wanted to be a long haul truck driver.
Really, you'd love to drive one of those big rigs.
Get me on the open road.
And you really enjoy that.
Absolutely. put on a podcast and drive.
And the one thing is you are fine with.
I don't need much, man. I'm a simple man.
And you are simple. Like you, not simple in the brain, but simple. Rodman, what would be that you could do?
I have no idea.
Have you ever thought about it?
No, not really.
I wonder about it. Like, what could you do in life? Like, what would you do if it's? I guess I could go back to. I could absolutely go back to some sort of sales, finance, things like that.
Yeah, I could see that for you.
I wouldn't. I don't want to though.
Yeah, we're happy doing what we're doing.
I don't want to.
You know what's really interesting there? So there are two things. We'll get to the Flyers thing in a second, but because we went Phillies first with Ansan. One thing that I'm slowly realizing, and I think fans need to open their minds to this too, this is going to be a very weird trade deadline for the Phillies and for Major League Baseball in general. We already kind of knew it because of the looming work stoppage that is definitely going to happen. If you've seen the recent proposals, and we talked about another one this past week, Johnny, while you were out, with that's going to really affect how teams look at this, and I don't think anyone knows exactly how. But he's talking about, could you imagine the fan base reaction if the Phillies went out and their big trade deadline acquisition was a left-handed bat? Like, people would lose their minds.
Oh, no, they'd lose their mind.
The point he makes about a potential platoon mate for Derek Hill, if you continue to get some level of production out of him, it makes some level of sense. If it's a starter, people will be like, why? We already had people on the YouTube chat being like, why in the world would they get another starting pitcher? But the case he makes.
I think they need it. I think that's the one I want. I want a starting pitcher. Yeah, I want a starting two times every 5 days. 2 times you're not being put in a position with a chance to win.
And yet they're still making ground on some of the best teams in baseball. So.
They are because the Braves have just fallen apart. We don't believe that's going to continue, correct?
I don't know. You know where I stand on them. They got the injury bug, and they can't get rid of it.
No, it's been constant, has it not? I mean,
when they go through 2 months where nobody's hurt, they're a really damn good baseball team. Guess what? They can't put together that many games.
Well, they're getting Acuna back, and they're getting some pitching back.
Sure, and they will get healthier, but when's the next thing? I don't know. They just feel like a team that's been snake-bitten for a couple of years. But that was really interesting on the Phillies. And then Flyers fans.
So you would rather have – you think a bat is more important to their – or do you think a bull – if I gave you bat, bullpen arm, or starter?
I'm still going bat.
And I'm going starter.
I don't trust these guys enough in the postseason. Or I don't trust the depth of this roster hitting-wise. Like Brandon Marsh, I think we've seen this is not a fluke. We know what Kyle Schwarber and Bryce Harper are. I'm not sitting here saying, Alec Boehm's turnaround now has me thinking he'll be an impact player in the postseason. Same with Bryson Stott. JT Realmuto, who knows what you're getting as the season goes on. Old legs wear down.
Right.
Derek Hill's not going to hit a go-ahead home run every night. This team has a lack of depth when it comes to consistent ability to create run-scoring opportunities. I know that they can pitch, and I know that if you get to the 8th or 9th inning, ball game over with the back end of this bullpen. I don't know enough about the offense.
I would say to you, too, because I'll answer DJ, who says, John, love your hockey insights, and I think it's cool. He goes, I don't understand, though. He says, calling the whole fan base dumb doesn't make sense. I didn't do that.
No, it's not the whole fan base.
It's Flyers Twitter. And considering that less than 20% of Americans are on Twitter, it's not the whole Flyers fan base. There are a lot of very intelligent Flyer fans that I interact with all the time. It's Flyers Twitter. Flyers Twitter is the stupidest Twitter in this town, and it ain't close. It's not close. The stuff that I read, and I worked in the NHL, I worked for teams, I worked for coaching staff for 4 years, I know the sport innately, I coach the sport, I broadcast the sport, I read stuff, and I say to myself, okay, these people think they know a lot. I think I'm pretty well versed, and these people are quoting and talking about stuff out their backsides that they think they know. And I'm telling you, I wouldn't feel confident saying I know this.
Yeah,
I know this. I know
weird.
this.
They have me second guessing my opinion because I've seen what Danny Briere and Keith Jones have done, and everything that they've been doing seems to be letter and law to what they've told us they were going to do.
They literally have telegraphed their moves,
and so far they have overperformed expectations.
Yes.
And yet everything that I see when I'm reading Twitter and talking to fans and stuff, people are upset left and right, and I'm wondering, should I be more upset? Am I missing something here?
I think it all goes back to Cutter Gauthier and the Cutter Gauthier situation, which, by the way, from what I read on Flyers Twitter, nobody knows anything about. Nobody understands it. They're like, how did they let him go? Kid's an ass. How about that? That's part of the reason. All right, coming up, Danny Briere discusses the Flyers draft, the pending free agency, and I'm sure he hears the critique, but I'm sure he's not scrolling Twitter. Kincade Salciunas on the Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Phils win a series in New York. I'm Sean Rodman, and the Phillies won the first series at Citi Field of a 3 games or more since 2021. Kyle Schwarber became the fastest Philly to 30 home runs in a single season in franchise history. And on Patterson's Anthony Sanfilippo just joined us this morning and he said this is what he believes will be the biggest target for the Phillies at the trade deadline.
I know everybody wants a bat. Everyone wants a bat. I think they'll add a bat of some kind. I don't think that's going to be the big acquisition. I think the big acquisition at the trade deadline is going to be another pitcher.
Aaron Nola is scheduled to get the start for the Phils, and Braxton Ashcraft for the Pirates. First pitch is at 6:40. The Flyers added 6 players in the draft, including first-round pick Maxim Sokolovsky with the 28th overall pick. Flyers developmental camp begins today through Friday, and Danny Briere joins us next. This update is brought to you by Pico. When it's hot out, it takes more energy to stay cool inside. Pico offers tools to help you save energy. Visit pico.com/summer. That's pico.com/summer. I'm Sean Rodman on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
Fanatic.
Danny Briere joins us. I understand Danny is probably in his office. He's probably reviewing Flyers Twitter from over the weekend. So next year he won't be as bad on draft night, so he can take those, great insights from all these Twitter GMs out there. I saw some of the stupidest stuff I've ever seen. I did. I'm on the flight yesterday, and the gentleman next to me goes, I can't tell if you're laughing or annoyed. And he goes, what are you reading?
A little bit of both.
I said, I'm reading Flyers Twitter. And he went like this, and he goes, oh, I stopped that long ago. And I said, see, you're smart. He goes, I stopped that long ago. And I said, all of Twitter? And he goes, no. We had a discussion off air there. If you were to say fan-based Twitter in this town, I think Eagles Twitter is the best by a mile. As far as the most I think the most reasonable takes.
Yeah. It's also, I think, what we're most knowledgeable about here. Like, everybody's a football person. And with that comes a larger percentage. And when you get a bigger group of people, there's a better chance that the discourse leads to a positive place. Or a smarter place, I should say.
Know what I noticed, too? So I asked the gentleman next to me, who, by the way, works for one of the big consulting firms here in the city. And I asked him, well, what is it? And he goes, the Flyers Twitter has all the know-it-alls. It's like soccer Twitter. And I said, that's it. That's a difference. Because it's all the know-it-alls. All right, let's join us now. He's the man who was in charge of everything that went down this weekend with the draft. He's got to put this whole thing together. Danny Briere joins us from the Philadelphia Flyers. Good morning, Danny.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Danny, I got to tell you, I said we're just talking about people trying to, we always make fun of people scoring drafts. Like after the NFL draft, they're giving out grades the morning after. How do you how do you even begin to evaluate how a draft turns out from an organizational standpoint? Is it about filling needs? Is it about getting the guys you specifically wanted? Give us a little bit of a rundown about what your scorecard would look like.
Yeah, well, you obviously you look at your needs, but the tough part, like in the NFL, a player gets drafted, and a few months later he's on the roster or he's trying out to make the team. In our case, maybe 2 or 3 guys from this draft will play next season, and then maybe a dozen will play in year 2. So most of the players don't turn pro for at least 2, 3 years, 4 years. And by the time they reach and they play in the minors, and then by the time they reach the NHL, sometimes you're looking at 4 or 5, 6 years before they get there. So it's really hard to pinpoint. I think the fans look at the numbers, but it's really tough to know exactly what the player is going to turn out. I mean, I think we drafted 3 players in this year's draft that are still 17 years old. If you think of where you were when you were 17 years old,
oh boy.
You're probably not developed at that point. There's so many ways it can still go, and that's why the NHL draft is so tough to pinpoint.
Now, even on draft night, we saw some moves around the league for current players on NHL rosters. And if there were people in the Flyers fan base that would ask you, hey, why are the Flyers not the team making these moves, being one of the more aggressive teams in the NHL, what would be your response to that?
My response is that we're lurking. If there's something that makes too much sense, we're going to jump on it. But we're still at the development stage. We're still getting better. There's still a lot of unknowns in a lot of our young guys that we want to be patient with. We want to give them the chance to develop. I mean, we saw last year in the second half of the season a guy like Denver Barkey, Martone, and Bump, how they came in and helped us out down the stretch. They're developing. We didn't expect that. But at the same time, we want to be careful of where they are. They could certainly go back into a little bit of a sophomore slump, kind of like Michkov had last year. Michkov's another one that we think is going to be way better coming back this season. So, we're still we don't want to go and skip some stages. That's the part that we have to be careful with. It was exciting what happened last year. Really proud of our guys, the way they they battled and got that late surge, got us in the playoffs, win the first round. But we have to be realistic of where we are, and there's still a lot of growing to do on our end before I feel it's time to dive in and start trading assets and prospects and picks just to get a quick fix.
Danny, a lot of people, talk a lot about Rick Tocchet and his relationship with players and his choices and how he coached the players in his first year here and everything like that. Is how much does a coach factor in, and the coach that you hire, factor into the kind of player that you want to draft or the kind of player that you want to acquire? Because obviously you're the one who's responsible for getting the talent, but how much input or how much do you take that into consideration?
Yeah, it was a big thing with Rick. We've said all along we wanted to change the culture. Torts really helped us with that, no doubt about it. We owe him a lot of credit, but it was time to take the next step in developing guys. And a coach like Rick Tocchet, who was close to his players, spends a lot of time on the ice with them. I watched what he did way back then in Arizona, and Arizona didn't have a good team. They were really young, and people were giving him a hard time because of his winning and losing record. But when you spend a little bit of time, what he did with that young group, how he developed those young guys and almost got into the playoffs, and I think he did get in the playoffs the 1 year with them, that was really impressive. And I felt we were at that stage. Also, Rick Tocchet is a flyer. He understands the culture here. He understands the fans, what's needed, and the type of team that we're trying to build. You saw our team last year, never quit, relentless. Even when everybody thought we were done and out of the playoffs, he was able to convince the players that they were still in it and got them, going on a stretch run that took us to the second round of the playoffs. So I think it's important, and really, really proud of the work that he did last year with our players.
We're talking to Danny Briere, Flyers general manager here on Kincade and Salciunas. I want to ask you about your first-round selection, Danny, of Maxim Sokolovsky. Coming from the London Knights, how much does the organization, knowing that you have guys on the NHL roster that also came out of that organization, affect the way you evaluate a young player?
Well, look, they're one of the best organizations at developing players. They have, a GM and a coach there that have, been around the league, have played, understand what's needed. You look around the league, there's so many of their players scattered throughout the NHL. There's no doubt that there's a comfort feeling there that they're going to do the right thing with the players that they're developing. So, yes, it plays a role. Obviously, it's not a secret. We have a good relationship with them, and we trust what they're doing, because the next 3, 4, 5 years, like we were talking earlier, with those players, the development part is the most critical time in their career now to take the next step. So knowing that they're in a good spot, they're in good hands with that organization makes us feel better.
I like the fact that you have pretty much telegraphed exactly what you're going to do and that you've been a man of your word. Too many times in sports, I've covered executives that have told us what their plan was, and then for some reason, like, the plan got abandoned. Now, I don't know if your plan's going to work, but I love the fact, Danny, that the plan that I spoke to you about when you took over is still the plan today. So often it doesn't stay that way, and you're not cashing in the chips and just all of a sudden changing the plan.
Yeah, and look, it's not just me, right? We have a good team. We have good people that believe in the same thing. We're going along. The toughest part is you get a little taste of winning, and it's really easy to veer off and start trading all your young players. Now, if there's something that makes too much sense, obviously we're alert and we're staying on top of it and we're ready to jump. But we want to be patient. We want to be careful in how we take the next step.
I'm not going to ask you to tell us what your next move is going to be, but I will ask, with the draft now completed, where does your attention now turn as the offseason continues?
Coward. You should have asked it.
It does turn to free agency and where can we round out the team to help us take the next step, protecting our young players, and helping them, develop, prepare them, because here's the dangerous thing is you put all the young guys in too much of a bigger role early in their career, and that can go sideways pretty quick. So surrounding them with good leaders and guys that can guide them, guys that have been around for a long time, is probably the next thing we're going to try to do here in the next few days.
Danny, appreciate your time this morning, and you sound much smarter than half of Flyers Twitter makes you sound. So I think that's a win. That's a win.
Well,
in my
I appreciate
book.
that. Thanks for giving me the chance to explain a little bit.
There we go. Thanks, Dan.
Appreciate you, Danny.
Take care.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it.
you guys. Thank you.
That's great. Danny Briere joining us here on Kincade Salciunas.
I'd imagine the GM is a little bit above the knowledge rate of the people on social media, but
I think that it's really a funny thing is that there's nothing, and there's nothing that I know. I couldn't tell you one thing about any of the guys the Flyers drafted. I immediately, as soon as it happened, start then doing my own research and then starting to ask people that I know in the business about those players that maybe know something.
yeah, it's funny. I got lucky during the draft show because I looked at a couple mocks as I was preparing everything that we were going to talk about. And 2 of the 3 that I looked at had Sokolovsky going to them at 21. And then they trade back and he's still on the board. So I at least read something, but even that, it was general. What's really nice to hear.
By the way, that is great because, and it was pointed out on one of the NHL Network analysts, is when everybody in the league thought, there were a lot of people thought that's who the Flyers liked, and then you trade back and get the guy you wanted.
Yeah.
That's good GM work.
It absolutely is. The greatest takeaway there, I think, Flyers fans should have, right? We do not know. You have to be willing to admit, and this is tough for fans sometimes. Everybody's got an opinion. That's why Sports Talk Radio is great.
Sure.
We love to hear it. You know what the team should do. We feel the same way, right? We'll argue that left and right.
Absolutely.
That's a really confident-sounding man. And you might take that for granted with executives, but sometimes you'll hear guys say, we'll see how this plays out.
Yep.
Or we're going to let this fall where it will. That's not what Danny Briere was saying there.
Nope.
He is confidently, fully in on the plan that he and Keith Jones have had since they've taken over. And whether you agree with it or not, that's something that he clearly trusts. And I'll point you back towards the success of the team on the ice this last year. Like, they overperformed expectations. And the guy who put them in that spot is still confident that he's got this team heading in the right direction.
And he also is not going, wow, I've got to follow up on that. And I've got to, abandon the plan. And now we just got to push all our chips in and do. No, that's what Mr. Snyder would have said to do. And Mr. Snyder got desperate to win another cup and desperate to do those things. And that desperation screwed the franchise up. He did it out of a good place. He did it out of I think I'm doing the right thing to try to get the fans a Stanley Cup. I'm not saying that Mr. Snyder did that out of stupidity. He did it out of a desire to try to win. It's not the smart way to build a franchise. Not for sustained success.
Yeah, I agree with you. And we'll see now. He's talking about the last thing we asked him, veteran leadership in free agency.
And he's going to find it.
Yeah, so we'll see what moves the Flyers have to make coming up as the offseason continues.
Connor's going to ask what I think is not a premature question about Kyle Schwarber. Stay tuned. Plus more Price is Right games in the final hour of the show for you to win concert tickets. Kincade Salciunas continues on 97.5 The Fanatic. Joe the Cynic, he already has his DVR set. He's going to sleep,
nice.
though. He's going to sleep.
Yeah, and then
watch The Price is Right later. So he's going to watch it. But my picture was on his TV, too, the YouTube TV. If you set it to record today's Price is Right, there's my picture with Drew Carey.
We can also be on your YouTube for Kincade Salciunas. They can see your face there, too.
You can see it there, too.
On YouTube.
You can see
YouTube
two
chats.
different ways. So Danny, I love Danny Briere. And look, as I said, I don't know if he's going to be right or not. I don't know that he's going to be. I'm not telling you that Danny Briere's plan has been great. I give Danny Briere a B. I give him a B for his tenure.
I think that's fair. I might even go a little bit higher, but I think a lot of that is propelled by how the team performed last year.
Yeah, I'm giving it a B. I'll give him a B for his tenure. I'm fine with it. You know, I said I want to see more, but I'm not I don't know. I don't think that it's been an A+ or anything like that, but I certainly don't think I'm in no way discouraged. And I knew exactly what I think it would be hard to be an A doing what he said they were going to do.
Yeah, that's the thing. This is where it gets really tricky, right? We're right on the cusp of something different for Danny and for Keith Jones and for the Flyers front office. We saw it with the Sixers process, right? For all of the faults of how that played out, one thing that they did an exceptional job of was compiling assets. Sam Hinkie was great at that. He got the bullets in the gun. Problem was bullets missed the target. There are front offices that can be really good at acquiring the assets to get talent. And then when you take the big swing on something, which eventually the Flyers will have to take a big swing. It's not going to be this offseason. I think you've heard that in the multiple times we've heard from Danny Briere. But that day will come. And sometimes the guys that can get the assets can't evaluate the talent at the NHL level to bring in the star player that fits. That's different than what he's been doing so far. So if that fails, well, yeah, we're not going to look at, you did a great job of getting all of this young talent that could be something someday. So there will be a bigger test to pass, but you can't make it. You're not walking into the fifth day of school and taking the midterm or the final. We're going to get there. The building it sustainably and going through all the steps like you just talked to us about, not skipping a step, something Flyers fans need to come to terms with.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the big thing is that there's no quick fixes with this.
No.
And that's what I didn't want any quick fixes. I did not want anything that was going to be a quick fix. And so some people are not okay with that. That's what it is. Now you have a comment on Kyle Schwarber. It's more of a comment, but it's a question in the form of a question that I think is not in any way out of line. But it is an interesting and provocative one.
Yes. 1 second before we do that, too, I'm not sure if you saw the news that just came down from the NFL.
I did not.
But sad news out of the NFL. Chris Johnson, of course, who everyone remembers.
From the Titans?
Yes. Diagnosed with ALS. He announced a Good Morning America. So Adam Schefter just put that out.
That's terrible.
Our thoughts are with him, an all-time great running back.
Oh, my gosh, he was.
The people of my age grew up watching. Really, really sad news there. So I just want to make people aware of that since that news is out. Now, the Kyle Schwarber conversation. This felt premature. I'm surprised that you're as accepting of me asking this question. And I know we love the guy, so maybe there's something about the emotional connection to him. He's a great dude and everything that he does, both on and off the field in the city. But I started thinking, fastest Philly ever, games-wise, to 30 home runs in a single season. Everything he's done since coming here. Jason Stark has said he's the greatest free agent power hitter acquisition in the history of baseball.
There's no questions asked. There's no questions asked that he is in that regard.
Is he already an all-time Phillies great?
Yes.
Does that feel early?
Not for me at all. I think 5-year sample size is enough. I think 5 years of 30-plus home runs is enough.
Yeah, it's
funny. To me, a 5-year sample size is certainly perfect.
You know what this is going to turn into naturally? This is going to turn into an evaluation of Ryan Howard. Because that is like the most recent transcendent power hitter that this organization has had, and maybe the best stretch of power hitting in the history of the Philadelphia Phillies. And he had a incredible peak. It just didn't last that long. Would you guys call Ryan Howard an all-time Phillies great?
Yes.
I think he's got to be, right?
Yes.
Yes, easily.
Now,
Easily.
how much does the ring play into that? If they don't win in 08, do we look at Ryan Howard the same way?
Ryan Howard. No. Ryan Howard. I just look at it as, like, Dan Marino never won a ring.
Yeah.
Dan Marino's greatness is not in any way questioned by me. I don't look at it as Dan Marino didn't have a ring. I look at it as Dan Marino was freaking awesome.
That's fair.
So I go, Ryan Howard, I think it's awesome that he had the ring and he was a part of it and he got them to another chance to get a ring. But overall, to me, I would say no.
Yeah, the other thing you saw with Ryan Howard that's going to be different than Schwarber, not all of this happened in Philadelphia, but it plays to who the guy is. He's been better in Philadelphia than any other stop in his career. But still, he has those years before. When we're talking about the all-time numbers, which is how people are going to look back when everything's said and done with Kyle Schwarber at who he is as a baseball player. Ryan Howard came up late because he was blocked, and the guy broke down near the end of his career. That's why the peak was, like, awesome short stretch in the middle there, but it wasn't as lengthy. The universal DH and the fact that Schwarber doesn't have to play the field, like, I don't know when he stops doing this. Last year, we're like, what could he do to follow up the mid-40s home run season? And he goes and he hits 56.
So do you think Ryan Howard, if Ryan Howard was a Baltimore Oriole, that his career would have been much longer and much more successful?
Well, he would have been called up sooner. I don't know.
No, but if he had never had to play the field, it's like what I'm saying to you is.
Yeah. I don't know, because he was solid first baseman. I
thought he was a solid first baseman.
I think it probably would have been longer by a couple of years. I think you could say that for just about any player.
See, I just wonder if that Achilles just.
Yeah, but as a DH, just the wear and tear in general. I can't speak to the specific injury. My only point is on Schwarber. He's going to have a much more lengthy career than Ryan Howard, and I don't expect him to play anywhere else in his career other than Philadelphia.
No, I don't think so. Well, I think we just saw that. Yeah, he's not going to do that.
Yeah, 4 more years after this on the contract, and, man, I don't know how you're not feeling good about that right now. He is the only long-term contract for a player on the backside of 30 on the Philadelphia Phillies where I think you should feel really confident that near the end, like the final couple of years, it still looks like a pretty good deal.
Well, I mean, now you got 4 more years of this. Okay, if I was to say to you, after this year, because he's already 30 now, 30 home runs now, is 55 a foregone conclusion almost for this season? Or is 50?
I'd put it at 50.
Okay, say 50 is a foregone conclusion.
Yeah.
All right, so if I was to say to you, we assume he gets 50 this year, over the next 4 years, do you assume 150?
Yeah, I would.
Rodman, 4 years of Schwarber, the next 4 years, do you assume 150?
Yeah. I would assume 150.
See, he's going to be an incredible fit.
He's going to hit his 500th career home run on this contract with the Philadelphia Phillies.
I mean, that's pretty incredible.
And that is the magic number for a power hitter to get you in the Hall of Fame. Like, we're talking about and he's going to go in with his best years being with the Philadelphia Phillies. If anyone thinks, oh, well, this is the guy he was with the Cubs, the Red Sox, the Nationals, his career high in home runs before he came to Philadelphia was 38.
Correct.
He has never once, as a Philly, had a season where he's hit less than 38 home runs. You signed a guy, and every year has been career best or better. For a dude that was already an established power hitter at the major league level, and not to mention a great leader in the clubhouse. I think Kyle Schwarber is already one of the great Phillies, like an all-time great Philadelphia Philly, with 4 years left on a deal where he's setting career highs in each of the past 2 seasons. That's an insane level of production.
Not to mention everything else he brings to the table for this franchise. He has just been incredible.
Yeah.
It's been an incredible investment. I think most people would agree with you there.
I would hope so, but I do always know that when we bring up the all-time conversations for players still playing,
longer.
Yeah, people want to take their time.
Well, just look at his numbers. I mean, it's amazing. We'll check in on the poll question of the day. And the Phillies closing in on the Braves, way ahead of schedule. It's the final hour of Price is Right Day on Kincade and Salciunas. It's coming your way next on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Bills beat the Mets. Jesus Luzardo only allowed 1 earned run over 5 innings yesterday. The bullpen allowed some traffic on the base paths, but got out of most of jams minus that 6th inning. But it was Kyle Schwarber that saved the day with his 30th home run of the season. Don Mattingly spoke postgame on Kyle Schwarber.
I don't know if I've seen anybody quite like him. He's a little different than guys I've played with. It's a different time with more strikeouts, damage, walk, but he's amazing in what he does. And it's obviously good to see.
The Phillies now sit 3 games behind the Braves in the division, and Phils are back in action tonight at home against the Pirates. Aaron Nola is scheduled to start for the Phils, and Braxton Ashcraft for the Pirates. First pitch is at 6:40. Flyers added 6 players in the NHL draft over the weekend, including first-round pick defenseman Maximin Sololovsky with the 28th overall pick. Flyers developmental camp begins today through Friday, and the round of 32 is officially kicked off yesterday in the World Cup. Team USA plays Bosnia and Herzegovina on Wednesday at 8 o'clock. And this update's brought to you by Corona. Your shot at Home Run Derby and All-Star Game tickets starts with Corona and 97.5 The Fanatic. Join us All-Star Weekend at City Tap House, Morgan's Pier, and Tailgate Sports Bar. Learn more at 975thefanatic.com. Must be 21. Presented by Corona. I'm Sean Rodman on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
We will. But first, let's hear what they got into earlier today on Kincade Salciunas.
We do know what the Phillies walked away with. A series victory against the Mets for the first time in 5 years.
Like, nothing could beat the level of ninth-inning drama that you saw down there. The Mets series a little bit less dramatic at points, but still. Yesterday, you have Kyle Schwarber hitting the go-ahead home run late in that one. It feels like they've been playing a lot of tight baseball against teams that maybe they should be handling a little bit better, but I'm not going to nitpick about the way they're getting it done. This is as far as I will go with them today. They're a lock playoff team.
Why do you constantly have to be a clutch team?
Yeah.
It's the two-edged sword. But then again, sometimes the front-running team, you always go, well, what are they going to do when they get punched in the mouth? I sort of like the fact that I know that this team, when they get punched in the mouth, has it in them to be able to fight through it. There are a lot of very, very angry, nervous fans. Because there's nothing worse than getting out to the huge lead, thinking that you are the best team in baseball, talking like you're the best team in baseball, and then having it all sort of fallen apart. And right now, the Braves pitching is in shambles. Nobody saw this coming. Nobody could have seen this coming.
Especially not Eric Kratz, who told us like 2 months ago that the division was over. Maybe he meant it was over for the Phillies coming back and winning it.
And look, we called out Eric Kratz when that happened.
Now back to the show.
I would love to hear from Eric Kratz. And by the way, we should at some point. We should really try to get him on.
Yeah, we'll do some research on that.
I'd love to hear from Eric Kratz.
Listen, he took a shot really early on a hot take, and it has not played out for him to this point. Phillies just 3 games back at the Atlanta Braves in the National League East. As we sit here on June 29th. How crazy is that?
I've been waiting for this date for so long. I said June 29th is finally here. It is finally here. I mean, it's like, look, and they're the only team, and again, Don Mattingly needs to win one of the next 2 games to keep the stat alive. To be 10 games under in May and be 10 games over by the end of June.
That's incredibly impressive. The only one to ever do it. Now, you know, it's funny. It is just like Rob Thompson when he took over, too. They had this jump. It says a lot about the players, I think. And that's what it always comes back to for me. Because I'm not going to point to Thompson, and I'm going to point less so to Mattingly than you do at points. But the thing with this is I saw the Red Sox fire their entire coaching staff this year. They were 10 games below 500 going into their series with the Yankees. I saw the Mets make a move super late to fire Carlos Mendoza. They just lost 2 out of 3 at home to a division rival in the response to them firing their manager.
Right.
It doesn't always play out this way. It's not so simple that, okay, you move on from the manager, you change the voice, automatically you just become this team that's going to play to the second best record in baseball for the next 2 months. That's something where you do have to point to the players, and this group, or at least a portion of this group, did it before in 2022. They have it. It's almost, I don't want to say a lack of focus. It's just sometimes they just get lost in the day-to-day of, oh, well, we'll just do our job and take care of business and things will work out because we're talented. That's not enough with how good the National League is this year.
Okay, if you want to play one of our Price is Right pricing games today to win tickets to Dave Matthews Band or Motley Crue, who will be at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion, we got an opportunity for you to play one of the pricing games. You can get in at 610-632-0975. You want to try to get in, 610-632-0975. You want to try to win concert tickets. We'll give you a chance to win coming up a little bit later on here. So if you can get lined up, if you get a chance, we'll try to get you in. I'm going to bring up something because I was called a coward by one of my buddies.
Uh-oh. What'd you say?
After the conversation we had about Kyle Schwarber. One of my buddies called me a coward and said, well, why didn't you bring up with Connor your cowardly take on one of the Phillies' all-time greats? I don't believe Roy Halladay. I believe he should not. It's too small a sample size.
You don't want to start this with me. That's my guy. You don't want to start the Roy Halladay discourse.
Oh, no, I do.
He's absolutely an all-time Phillies
If I'm being called a coward, I have to bring it up. Roy Halladay is too small a sample size. Do I think Roy Halladay was great? Yes. Absolutely. The sample size, way too small. He was 55-29 as a Phillies starter. 55-29.
Yeah.
That's really good. I mean, it's a
84 games worth of starts.
It is 55-29.
Or 84 games worth of results.
He had a 3.25 ERA as a Philly. Not epic, not good, very good. I think anything under 3 is like wild.
Okay.
Like wild.
I think that's fair.
3.25 is good. No, very good. The 3.25 is very good. He had 2 great years as a Philly. 2.
Okay.
He had 1 really not good year as a Philly, and then he had 1 injury year. He had 2 really good years.
And in those 2 years, he threw a playoff no-hitter.
He did.
An in-season perfect game. Won a National League Cy Young.
He had great Phillies moments. He had great Phillies moments in a short period of time. But his tenure as a Philly was not that great. It is mythology to the moments were great, and he was freaking dominant. But overall, it wasn't that run. 2 of his seasons were not. His third season as a Philly, he had a 4.5 ERA.
Yeah, but I'll tell you this. Like, let's say
His
that
last season, he had a 7 almost ERA.
let's say instead of going from the Toronto Blue Jays to the Philadelphia Phillies when he did, he just ended his career there. He's not a Hall of Famer. He is a Hall of Famer in part because of what he accomplished also here in Philadelphia. If you have part of a Hall of Fame resume built in this town, as well as having those moments, you're an all-time great Philly.
No, I'm just saying, too, is, though, it's 2 years. He had 2 years. So when you ask about Kyle Schwarber, 5 years, it's not too early to say all-time Philly great.
Yeah, I agree with the way that you're looking at that, yes.
Roy Halladay had 2 great years as a Philly. 2. 1 less than mediocre year and 1 horrendous year in his 4 years as a Philly. But it's like everybody just has amnesia because the 2 years were so damn great.
All-time great Philly, always will be. And my favorite Philadelphia Philly and baseball player of all time. So I'm the wrong guy to have this argument with.
Well, there you go. I'm just saying it to you. I'm just saying it to you there. Can we check the poll question first? The Twitter poll brought to you by Dr. Avidan Appel. The Twitter poll always standing straight up with us.
Today, the Twitter poll is, what does John Kincade win today on The Price is Right? In first place and slightly higher still, he flames out on national TV at 43%.
Really? Really?
At second place at 23%, prizes we'll laugh about still in second. And then a tie for third between the showcase and the huge prize / no showcase, both at 17%.
Huge prize, but no showcase. And prizes we will laugh about is one, like, that you win like something bad.
Yeah.
Before the show today, Rodman, Austin, Connor all said that I'm going to win this big trip. That's what you've all been thinking all
That's
along.
a guess, yeah. I think it's a trip.
A
100%.
big trip.
100%. Okay.
It's a big trip. All I will tell you is that me and Amber Lancaster get chummy, the model.
Mm-hmm.
And my wife has already been prepared. She was prepared for it. Is that look? I said, and she said to me, honey, if she wants you, she can have you. She can have you.
That's nice of her to say.
I can have. Oh, and she also said I can have 50%. So she can have 50%. So if she wants you,
keep yourself out of trouble over there,
exactly.
Johnny.
So I'll be very careful. So we'll see. See, I can't believe that people have that little faith in me, that I'm not going to come through in the clutch at that point. All I will tell you is this. You want a little preview?
Sure.
Is that those who know me best, when they see me, and you can see it, CBS spoiled it, because you see Drew Carey interviewing me with the microphone. So CBS, in the picture for today's episode, you see me and Drew Carey. You know I'm on stage. You know I'm playing a game. The game, when it is revealed the game, when I see the game, I want to see if my face lights up. Because I swear to you, it is as if God said, John, you waited your whole life to be on The Price is Right. You went through cancer 3 times, and this was your thing that you wanted to do. I picked a game that every single person who knows you will say, oh, my God, John got this game. There are 58 games in The Price is Right. If you can figure out what that game is from that, good luck. But there's one game. When you see the game I get, you're going to go, oh, my God, how did he get this game? Because it plays right to people who know me, you guys who know me. It'll go, oh, my gosh, he got that game. So that's all I'll tell you.
It'll be fun. I can't wait to watch.
Let's see who we playing with.
We have a contestant, Phil from Mantua, wants to join in.
Phil from Mantua. Phil, how are you today, buddy?
Good morning, John. I think that my vote is that you win a prize, not the showcase, but you win something big.
Okay, so that's it. That's how he's voting today. All right, Phil. I hope that's. I can't wait to see it play out. I've been waiting a long time since August 8th is when this went down. So, Phil, are you would you want Dave Matthews tickets or Motley Crue tickets if you win?
Dave Matthews.
Okay, he's going to go for Dave Matthews tickets. So here we go. He's going to play a game called Back to 08. They play this on The Price is Right, where they take you back to an era, and you have to tell what the price was of the items in that era. Okay. So we're going to play back to 08. I'm going to give you 3 items from the 2008 Phillies regular season pricing at Citizens Bank Park. okay? And you have to get the three prices within $50 collectively, all right? So you got $50 to miss by. But I'm going to give you three prices from the 2008 Phillies regular season pricing at Citizens Bank Park. You can be off by $50 collectively, all right? We're going to start out with this. Phillies to park your regular car, not an SUV, whatever. What was the 2008 pricing at Citizens Bank Park regular season to park your car?
$25.
All right. Phil goes $25. Is that the correct answer? All right, Phil, you're off by. Connor, did you have a guess?
I would have guessed $20.
What would you have guessed, Rodman?
I would guess 20 as well.
You all would have been off by $10. Was Phil off? $15 regular season pricing.
Damn, can we bring that back?
Can we get that again?
How about that? So, Phil, but that's all right, though. You got $40 to work with. You still got $40 to work with. Regular season parking for a standard car was $15 in 2008. So you got $40 to work with. You're still in the mix. All right. A 12-ounce domestic beer in 2008. Phil from Mantua, how much did that cost?
$8.
He says $8. Connor, did you have a guess?
I would go 10.
I like the 8.
You like the 8? Phil from Mantua, is that the correct answer? But you're off by 50 cents.
Oh,
How about that?
$8.50?
He's off. It was $7.50.
Damn, we need to go back to 08 with these prices.
Look at these prices.
Now it costs an arm and a leg.
More importantly, Phil from Mantua is just cruising here. But the hardest question is the last question. Now, Phil, you got a $39.50 buffer to win the tickets. All right?
All right.
So when you make your pick, remember you got $39.50 that you can be off by. This is the highest infield, lower level regular season ticket. It was not in the club section. So not in the club, not in the fancy club. The highest infield, lower level regular season ticket, face value. You can be off by $39. You can be off by $39.50 and you'll be our winner.
Oh, boy. This is a tough one.
Regular season, highest the infield, lower level regular season ticket cost, not in the club section.
Okay, so I'm a partial season ticket holder now, and I know what I pay for my seats, which are left field by the foul pole. So, but these are
2008, and this is 2008.
2008
regular
so
season.
Confirm, you said
regular
lower
season.
level.
Yep, not in the club.
Not in the club.
Highest price.
So this could be along the first or third base line or behind the.
Sure.
Okay. All right, let's say $50.
He goes $50. Is that the correct answer? Let's check it out. Is he within $39.50? Yes, you're a winner. $60.
There you go, Phil.
Is the winner. Phil? $29.50 left on the board. That's some good playing. $60 was the highest regular season infield lower level seat in 2008, not in the club level. You're a winner. You got those Dave Matthews tickets. Congratulations, buddy. Thanks, Phil.
Thank you. Thanks, gentlemen.
And thanks
John, you'll be missed.
All right, thank you, buddy. And thanks for your support that he believes in me.
Yes, he
believes
does.
in me.
Great stuff by Phil. It
Did
also
someone
reminds
hang
me
up
that,
on Phil?
Oh, I did.
Phil, call back.
My fault. I forgot about
Why'd
getting the
you hang
information.
up on Phil?
I'm used to there we go. He's back on the line already. He's not going to give up his prize.
He's got to get the tipping.
I'm just used to hitting the drop button, man. That's typically what we do with phone calls.
Don't hang up on Phil.
That's on me.
And he had faith in me. He's got faith that I come through there. So
yes, he does. We'll see how that plays out.
See, you don't watch the show enough to be able to say what you would say would be the game that would.
No, I'm familiar with it, but I don't watch it.
There are 58 games, so, but only one person, my buddy Mark McLaughlin, is the only person who said to me, I figured out what game you played. Because I told him that clue. And I said, when everybody sees the game, anybody who knows me is going to go, oh my, it's as if God picked the game for John. It's a game that is a perfect game for him. And Mark goes, I figured it out. It's this game. And I started to laugh. And I said, you're the only person who figured it out.
We do have a guest on the text line for which game?
Really?
Yes. Joe from Boston checking in. He says the clock game. That game is easy if you know how to play it.
Joe from the clock with a clock game. Joe, by the way, I would poop my pants. I will tell Joe, it's not the clock game. If I saw the clock game, I would poop my pants. Because I think that's a game that I would maybe choke at. I think that's a game that I would. Have you ever seen the clock game?
No, I don't know the clock game.
Okay, they have two games. They have 30 seconds on the clock. And Drew Carey has the little thing where he knows the price of the item. So there are two prizes. One is a little smaller prize. One's a bigger prize. So you start with the smaller prize that's not a thing. And he goes, okay, you're going to, what's the price of the item? And you go, $600, higher, $500, lower. And he goes, higher, lower. And then you have to get the price exactly. And then the clock stops. And whatever you leave, you then have to do that twice within 30 seconds.
Okay.
That's a game that I would have maybe pooped my pants at. So I was not hoping for that one.
Speaking of choking, by the way.
Yes.
A little bit of a news update from the world of golf because the playoff of the Travelers Championship. It is already over. Just took about 10 minutes.
How can it be over?
The first playoff hole.
Did somebody shank one?
No. Scotty hit his to 3 feet, his approach on 18. And had 3 feet for birdie.
No.
No, tell me you missed it.
Victor Hovland made about a 5-footer. Scotty burned the edge on a 3-footer to lose the first playoff hole. So that one's over at the Travelers. The 9 a.m. day after playoff goes one hole.
I will tell you that I did not choke like that in my own charity golf tournament that I went back to Atlanta for over the weekend. 2-day event, 36 holes. Connor, I had the captain of the Georgia golf team recruited my 3 ringers for my team. And these guys when you play with world-class golfers, now one of them still could qualify for the U.S. Amateur at Marion. The guy who recruited my team will be at the U.S. Am in Marion. And Carter Laughlin will be hopefully cheered on well by the locals here. But Carter and his dad helped recruit me a great team. To play with people who are great golfers, it is the greatest 2 days on a golf course I've ever had in my life. To watch guys, we were 33 under par.
Yeah, I'm sure it was nice to have that team.
From the tips, no mulligans, 33 under par. On Friday, with a 3-stroke lead going into the last day, we were 18 under. We had 3 eagles and 3 pars.
That's a pretty good run, huh?
And by the way, of the 36 holes, twice my tee shot was used.
Oh, wow, okay.
Once on a par 3. I had the best tee shot on a par 3, which was, I thought was huge victory.
Yeah, it should be.
And but my shot went up and rolled back, and it got closest. It was the best. And once on a par 4, mine was the best angle.
Playing for the forward tees?
And we played from. No, I got to play from the tips
I know,
too.
I'm messing with you.
But they, 2 of the guys were a little over aggressive, went through the fairway a little bit more.
Yeah.
Mine was perfect, and they took care of it. So
sounds like you had a lovely weekend.
I felt good with that, and I took home the championship. So I was pretty happy with that. All right, here we go. Coming up, we're gonna have another contestant, so someone else can get in to win and get to play Danger Price with us, which is the next game. We have 1 pair of Dave Matthews tickets and 1 pair of Motley Crue tickets available. So you want to get in, get on in, and we'll get in. 610-632-0975. We'll get you lined up. You'll have your chance to play with us on Price is Right Day. Plus more coming up. It's Kincade Salciunas here on The Fanatic.
The world's biggest soccer tournament is heating up in the U.S., and on Kalshi, you can trade every single match from the opening stage all the way to the final. We've now made it to the knockout rounds, which is win or go home international soccer action. And Team USA, they're matching up with Bosnia and Herzegovina this Wednesday, 8 p.m. Get your trades in now. You got plenty of time. Let me show you how easy it is to trade that game here on Kalshi. I'll go right to the World Cup tab on the app. I'll scroll down to Team USA's game, and I see that they're trading at an 83% chance to win, which means that a $100 trade is going to win you $117. You know what's great about the knockout stages? the group round, you could trade on win, loss, or draws were in play. Now it's just win, and you're in the money. The best part about trading on Kalshi is you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and make sure you use code Fanatic to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. That's Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Phillies beat the Mets. I'm Sean Rodman, and the Phillies won its first three-game series at Citi Field since 2021. Kyle Schwarber became the first Philly to 30 home runs, or the fastest Philly, I should say, to 30 home runs in a single season in franchise history. On Patterson's Anthony Sanfilippo joined us earlier on Kincade Salciunas, and this is what he believes will be the biggest target for the Phillies at the trade deadline.
I know everybody wants a bat. Everyone wants a bat. I think they'll add a bat of some kind. I don't think that's going to be the big acquisition. I think the big acquisition at the trade deadline is going to be another pitcher.
Aaron Nola is scheduled to get the start for the Phils, and Braxton Ashcraft is scheduled to get the start for the Pirates. First pitch is at 6:40 today. The Flyers added 6 players in the draft, including first-round pick Maxim Sokolovsky with the 28th overall pick. Yes, on Friday, I should say. The Flyers developmental camp begins today through Friday. And in case you missed Danny Briere, you can go back and listen to that on anywhere it's podcasted to listen to Danny Briere joining us earlier this morning. And this update is brought to you by Aleve. When traffic slows you down, pain can make the ride feel even longer. With just one pill, Aleve provides up to 12 hours for pain relief, so you can put pain in the rear view. Use as directed. I'm Sean Rodman on the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
If you want to play our last pricing game, you can try to get in. If you want to win Dave Matthews tickets or Motley Crue tickets, you can get in at 610-632-0975. 610-632-0975. Get it in. What are you smiling at?
I'm just still thinking about that missed putt by Scotty Scheffler. A little 3-foot choke job there.
How bad?
In the
how bad?
Travelers.
Because he is one of the best. He is one of the best. You know,
Well,
I mean,
putting has always been his problem, but it was he had the read too. Like it's, I'm imagining people now. It's not early for us, but I'm imagining golf fans like waking up today, getting excited for like a Monday playoff. It's over in 10 minutes, and it ends like that. Oh, what are you gonna do?
I can only imagine that him, of all people, like just not coming through in the clutch.
Yeah,
like I mean, it's like
he's had that recently. He's kind of fallen off a little bit. People are asking the question, is Scotty Scheffler washed? 610. No, I'm kidding.
No, but I mean, it's truly incredible. That's because you just like, to me, I would assume at that point, okay, you just assume you're going to the next hole. If he's that close, you're like, okay, I got to make this putt or I'm done.
Right, exactly.
And he's kicking ass like that. That is unbelievable. So, what do you think of the 3 games for the Phillies? We talked about it earlier on in the show today. They're 3 games back.
Mm-hmm.
Andrew asked the question last week. Do you think they could be 5 by the end of this? Like starting today's show, we were like, could the Phillies be 5 games?
Yeah.
By then.
Well, the answer is yes. That they could be 5 games. They could be 3. What's also interesting is you're still in that easier stretch of the schedule. Like, I don't know if I buy the Cardinals, but Atlanta has 3 games at home against the Cardinals starting tomorrow. They're off today. So winning today against the Pirates would put you 2.5 back if you're able to go out and win today's game, Nola on the mound. And the Phillies are playing with some good momentum right now. If you win 3 out of 4 against the Pirates and Atlanta drops 2 of those games against the Cardinals, we're talking about the next. Here's the problem: Atlanta's going to get the Mets after that, and we see. If you think the Mets still have any chance to make the postseason, I think you're crazy. Like, I don't know how that team pulls out of the tailspin that they're in.
So you really don't see the second half of the year being different than them?
No, they're so dead in the water, dude. That team is so dead.
I don't. I see them bouncing back. I really do.
They just don't have enough pitching, man. And their offense, it feels disjointed. And it's really interesting because Phillies fans will tell you they shouldn't have run it back. I'm tired of seeing the same team. The Mets did the opposite approach, which was change as much as you can for change's sake. And, well, who's in a better spot right now?
Well, I can't believe the amount of money that they spent that they haven't come through. Like, I expected the Mets to be much better.
Yeah, I think everybody did.
But I didn't expect the Mets to be better than the Phillies. I didn't think they were going to be better than the Phillies. So I didn't pick them to be ahead of the Phillies. So, but I did think the Braves were going to be better. I thought they were going to be a better team this year. I didn't expect this season to be playing out the way it is, though.
Yeah, well, if the Cardinals take 2 out of 3 and if the Phillies take 3 out of 4 or more against the Pirates, you're going to be talking about within a game in the division. And that will be by Thursday. By the 4th of July, we may be talking about
Do you realize that?
Yeah.
How about unlike FIFA, which is so damn stupid that they're putting what? So the 4th of July, if I get this right. So the 4th of July, Team USA would play in Seattle.
That is correct.
Nothing says America's 250th birthday like Seattle, Washington. That is such stupidity. Absolute stupidity.
Yeah, I wish the game was here.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
Hey.
we do have a game here, though.
Yeah, we do.
We don't know who it's going to be.
We have. Hey, Sean, let's check the poll question brought to you by Dr. Avi Nanapel.
All right, today's Twitter poll question is, what do you think John will win on today's Price is Right? Just get the updated answers.
Okay.
Right now for you. And right now, in first place and still climbing a little bit, he flames out on national TV at 43%.
I flame out on national TV. Wow.
In second place, prizes we'll laugh about at 25%.
Okay.
And still a tie for third and last, but down to 16% for both. The showcase at 16% and huge prize / no showcase at 16%.
Huge prize, no showcase, and the showcase.
Yeah, we'll find out later today.
We'll
see
find
who's
out.
right.
We'll find out. You guys have all gone. So if it's a trip, where did you say, Rodman?
I said Antigua.
You said Antigua. Where'd you say? Where would you think?
Oh, I don't. I
just
don't,
picked a
I
lane.
imagine an island somewhere.
An island somewhere?
Yeah, some beach vacation.
A beach vacation? I wouldn't mind it. Could it be more overseas? Could it be somewhere like
Could be.
in Europe? maybe?
European vacation.
Could
Who
be
knows?
a European vacation. Look, Big Ben, Parliament.
Want to go to London?
You get the reference?
No, I don't.
You didn't get the You didn't watch the European vacation?
No, I never did watch
oh my
that
God.
one.
Oh my gosh! You didn't either.
I haven't watched a lot of things.
Is that a National Lampoons?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I didn't watch the European one.
He gets caught in the roundabout.
No, I watched the family vacation and
Well, it's
Christmas
a European.
vacation.
It's a
That's
European vacation.
I
He's
only,
driving
saw,
around.
I only saw Christmas Vacation for the first time this past Christmas.
Oh my gosh! By the way, Christmas
Classic,
vacation is funny.
It's good.
It is funny.
Oh, I almost said a line from that we
There you
can't
go.
say.
Yeah, exactly.
Something's full.
Yeah, it is. Believe me.
Say that.
All right, we're gonna play. You know what? We're gonna play with Connor then. We're gonna play. We're gonna play with Connor then. We don't have if we don't have a contestant.
Yeah.
So we're gonna play with Connor. Let's play Danger Price. Okay, so here we go. Is Danger Price? I'm gonna give you. So we put a little music under it if you want there, Rodmania. I'm gonna give you the top 4 player salary cap hits on the Eagles' 2017 Super Bowl championship roster.
Okay.
It's your job to not pick the player that had the largest salary cap hit. The top 4 salary cap hit players for the 2017 Super Bowl championship Eagles were Fletcher Cox, Alshon Jeffrey, Lane Johnson, and Vinnie Curry. You might want to jot them down. Fletcher Cox, Alshon Jeffrey, Lane Johnson, Vinnie Curry. It's called Danger Price. So you're telling me you are not picking the player that had the largest salary cap hit that year. So you and Rodman can collaborate, and everybody at home can play along, everybody listening. So
We're taking Vinnie Curry off the board right
Gotta
off
do the
rip.
local guy.
You're taking off the board.
Yeah, Vinnie Curry.
Vinnie Curry had the least of those 4. That is correct. But by the way, he was 4th
Yeah.
in salary cap,
Which is wild.
that year.
That's a lot higher than I anticipated.
At $9 million salary cap hit that year.
Which makes me feel like Fletcher Cox might be our guy because if Vinnie Curry was getting paid that, if that was his cap hit.
Okay,
Now,
so Danger Price, you're trying to keep
Yeah.
away from picking the guy that had the largest hit.
the next place I want to go, Sean, back me up if you believe this. I don't believe a wide receiver had the highest cap hit on that team.
Exactly where I would go.
Alshon Jeffrey off the list next.
Okay, is that correct?
Oh, Alshon Jeffrey had the highest cap hit on that team?
And you lost Danger Price.
Oh, look at that.
Alshon
We have not
Jeffrey.
been very good.
Alshon Jeffrey, $10.75 million, had the largest salary cap hit that year.
Wow.
On the Eagles.
I didn't know that.
See, Danger Price. Lane Johnson was second, 9.843. Fletcher Cox was third, 9.4. I would have lost that too.
I think Fletcher got the deal after the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and Lane always kind of restructures his. I don't know if he was doing that back in 17, but he's always kind of a tricky guy because before the year, he'll change his cap hit numbers.
See, I would have avoided Lane Johnson like the plague. I would have absolutely picked Vinny Curry first, and I would have gone Lane Johnson second.
Okay.
Because to me, Lane Johnson would have been my second because I'm like, they're always manipulating Lane Johnson's contract. And I believe, by the way, they had manipulated Lane Johnson's contract that year.
Yeah, but I would have never guessed Alshon Jeffrey of those four had the highest cap hit on that. That was a tough one.
Alshon Jeffrey with the you guys have not been great. I mean, not that you know.
No, we're struggling.
We would have flamed out on national television.
You would have flamed out on national TV, which would have won the poll. So how about the Phillies signing Tommy Pham?
Yeah, I got no issue with it. None at all. He's a guy that has major league experience that you add to an organization without a lot of outfielders with major league experience. But he's a break in case of emergency guy.
Okay, so are we just okay with character issues? We have no problem?
Yeah, I mean, what? Yeah, obviously he's not the model teammate, or at least he hasn't been at points in his career the model teammate. And he's created fights on the field before. He's a fiery guy, not just over fantasy football. If you don't remember that, like slapping a teammate over fantasy football a couple years back.
The suspended last year for the middle finger to the fan.
Yep.
The off-duty stabbing in San Diego too. Remember that one?
I was not aware of that one.
Yeah, there's another one too. So there's lots of things. He was the victim of. Remember that remember that?
Oh, I thought you were saying he stabbed somebody.
No, remember that
I
whole
didn't
thing?
read that one.
He was stabbed by his stepfather. Remember?
No, I don't remember that.
I think it was his stepfather. It wasn't his dad. I think it was his stepfather.
Oh, that's so good.
I think his stepfather was the one who stabbed him.
Well, Bohm's parents are allegedly trying to steal his money, so join the club, I guess.
So, I mean, it was but
they can bond.
He's a guy who is, there's a reason why you play for as many teams.
Yeah, for sure.
Nobody wants to deal with you.
But he's in the minors. He was signed to a minor league contract. He could potentially be called. Here's the thing. We are in the beggars cannot be choosers portion of the Phillies season, especially with the outfield. Like, I asked Ansan earlier because he was talking about acquiring a starter or a relief pitcher at the deadline. And what do you do with right field where you currently have Derek Hill and Gabriel Rincones Jr. platooning? And that is what you're trying to survive with. If one of those guys goes down, because Garcia's done for the year, if you have another outfield injury, you have nobody, like not a warm body with major league experience in this organization, unless you want to call up Otto Kemp and put him in the outfield, which we know isn't working.
You got it. You
just needed somebody like
what did you say? Break glass in case of emergency.
Yes,
that's a good thing.
Yeah, he's not going to get called up if somebody struggles. He's going to get called up if there is an injury, and you need somebody that has played at the major league level.
All right, Connor and Austin are going to team up to play one final classic Price is Right game next, the range game. As we'll conclude, Middays with Mark's coming up at the top of the hour. Don't miss any of it as the Phillies close in on first place. And Flyers Twitter continues to educate us all. It's Kincade Salciunas on the Fanatic. The hour. That face you may or may not know is Austin Jones.
Hey, good morning. How we doing?
Well, you could probably help out because Rodman and Connor have not been the best.
Yeah, we need to go to the pen. Go get the reliever.
Rodman's like, this is on you, man. I'm like, all right.
I mean, seriously.
Let's go.
It's just not been the best playing some of the Price is Right games.
We need some help.
By the way, sales end of the floor. You guys have gone trip. Sales end of the floor has gone car.
Oh, okay.
All right. I mean,
they vote car.
A new car.
They vote car, and the other vote was new job in Atlanta.
Well, that might have hit.
That was the other vote that came in too. So, and there's Dylan McKinnon too. So he's got it to be able to help us out too. Dylan, we're going to play the final pricing game of the day with you, and it's the range game. So the range game, if you do you understand the concept of this one, Connor?
I haven't seen it, but I got
Austin,
a general
do you
idea.
know the concept of the range game?
Let's break it down for the people.
Okay, we're going to break it down for you. I'm going to give you ranges because normally you'd be watching a meter, a number go up, sort of like a thermometer, and you'd be watching it go up in a range of motion. I'm going to give you 5 numbers that you're going to have the option to do. So I'm going to ask you, this is a 76ers process edition question.
Okay.
All right? When I ask you the question, you're going to have a range of 5 to get it right, the number of 5. So you just have to be within that 5.
Okay.
Whenever the number is within the 5, you're going to tell Rodman, stop the music.
Okay, yeah.
Stop the range going up. If you hit it within the 5, you win.
Oh, perfect.
If you don't, you lose.
Seems easy enough.
Okay?
All right.
All right, here we go. Rodman, when I ask the question, you can start the music, and then I'll give them the number, and then you guys collaborate and say stop the meter when you want to. All right? The question is this. Everybody play at home. Through the 2013 through 2016 seasons, 4 full years, that was considered the process. How many games did the Sixers win? All right, I'm going to give you, the range is moving up. 56 to 60. If you want me to keep going, keep going.
Keep going.
Keep going.
61 to 65.
Keep going.
66 to 70.
Stop it.
They stopped the meter. 66 to 70. The 76ers process, those 4 years. Rodman, are they winners?
Did we go over?
You were under, boys.
Oh.
What? Wow.
Hey, shout out the Process Sixers.
The Process Sixers.
A little better than we thought.
Won 75 games.
They
won
almost got
75 games over those 4 years. It was that 1 year of 10.
That was the year I was like, it's definitely like within the back end of like the 60s.
Yep.
It's hard. It's hard.
That was a tough one.
It's hard. So in otherwise, I think that when the audience today was deciding who was going to flame out, it was our crew.
Oh, yeah, we can't be on that show.
I think it was our crew.
Yeah.
Do you think you would have choked on national TV? Do you ever think on national TV if you were on like a game show that you would have choked?
Nah.
I don't think. I said if it was Jeopardy, if there was Fanatic Jeopardy, if the Fanatic was ever they were coming here to say pick somebody to be on Jeopardy, I would say skip us all, go to Connor.
I would cook that. That'd be easy.
I think Connor would cook it. And I think I could do really well. Connor would beat me.
I'm also just not a nervous guy. I'm not a big choker.
No, you have very calm, but also, too, Connor's depth of, I know a little something about geography. I don't care about stuff that I don't care about. Connor knows stuff about things that I know nothing
You got to be
about.
well-rounded, man. That's the key. At least not just sports-wise. You got to have more in your bag.
Austin, you well-rounded?
I would like to believe so, but after today's game, I might have to go back and do some extra homework.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't think that I'm like I'm not big on science. I'm not big on geography. Geography, I'm terrible on. Like Connor knowing all these countries and everything. I could play a game where somebody could say to me, here are World Cup countries. And then you could give me fake names, and I'd have to decide, and I wouldn't know.
There's a reason why I'm not in the Fanatic clip of everyone guessing the flags within the World Cup, because I wasn't going to be disrespectful and just pick a random country that I thought was the correct flag. I wasn't going to put myself in that spot.
My Uber driver yesterday was from Uzbekistan, I think.
Uzbekistan?
Uzbekistan. That's where Uzbekistan.
Uzbekistan, yeah.
That's where he was from. Great drive.
Yeah, they're in the World Cup.
Okay, they were. And he was so, and I'll tell you, he was.
They did not do well.
They
were in it.
But he was so proud. And I said to him, I was thinking of his father, and I was thinking of, because I know the region and I know it. And I said, you must have been so, I said, I must think of your father and your grandfather. And I bet you they would have shed a tear to hear the national anthem, to see that. So, which is good. You think the U.S. is cooked after the next round?
No, I think they can get another one. I think we can get another game.
Oh, so you almost said we.
I mean we are Americans.
No, you almost said them. No, you almost said them. So there you go.
We're Americans. I think we're part of the team, right?
There we go.
Yeah.
Good job, Austin. There's
you.
Austin.
Thank you.
Austin Jones. He's smooth. Very smooth. Rodman, not very good in The Price is Right, these players.
No. Neither. I mean, hey, I wasn't any better.
But hang on, both of our callers were winners.
Both the callers were winners, which is great.
That's
good. We appreciate Freedom Mortgage Pavilion and the Dave Matthews Band Summer Tour 2026 and Motley Crue, the return of the Carnival of Sins tour at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Tickets on sale at Ticketmaster.com. So be sure to check them out too. Can we have our final poll results? Dr. Avidan Appel. He always keeps the poll strong.
Yes, we can. Today's Twitter poll is, what does John Kincade win today on The Price is Right? In first place still, but has dropped a little bit at 42%. He flames out on national TV. In second place, prizes we'll laugh about at 25%. In third place, and by itself, huge prize, but no showcase at 17%. And the showcase grand prize at 16%.
Wow. That would be amazing.
That would be.
That'd be
we'll
amazing.
We'll see if that plays out.
So we'll see how it all plays out. All I'll tell you again is when you will see a gentleman, and I thought it was like there were certain things that were just lining up perfectly, is I wish I knew the name of the gentleman. So there's 180 people in the audience. And while we were in the back screening room, they take 15 people back at a time. One of the gentlemen in the screening room says, Kincade, as I'm being brought back. And he was a listener to the show.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh.
And he listened, and I met him and his wife. And I think they were from the Northeast, if I'm not mistaken, Northeast Philly. And I want to thank him for never letting the cat out of the bag, because you're not supposed to let the cat out of the bag. What happened, because he was there and he witnessed whatever happens, he didn't let the cat out of the bag. But when they seat the people, again, I thought it was just karma that today this man sits in front of me with an Eagles hat on. Of all the things to have sitting in front of you, a man in an Eagles hat.
Yeah, that's got to be a good sign.
I was like, wait a minute.
We have a few more texts on which games
let's do it, yeah.
you played, so I'll kind of go just list them off for you. Eric from Virginia says it's the game where you guess higher or lower, where John has to guess if the price is upper or lower. Another person checking in, Joe from Breezy Point, saying the golf game.
Oh, whoa. I'm going to tell you right now. I can tell you right now, that's the game that was giving me the most anxiety. I told Dylan that one. It's not the golf game. But it was the most anxiety I had was I was going to be on national TV and have to make a putt, and I'd never hear the end of it.
Well, it happens to a world number one as well, so
exactly.
I wouldn't be too worried.
Is that the game called Hole in One?
Hole in One or two.
We got two people who are saying Hole in One, and then the last one, the Yodeler game.
Oh, the cliffhanger. That's cliffhanger.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go. All right. Hey, everybody have a great time. Middays with Marks is coming your way next. I look forward to being with you tomorrow with Connor. We'll be back. Thanks, Sean. Thanks, Austin. Thanks, Shukri. Have a great day, everybody.